And and
Okay.
hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Can you hear me? I hope so. This is Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and I'm really sorry we had some technical difficulties there for a little bit, and I hope things are a little bit better now. Would you guys be so kind as to tell me if you can hear and see what's going on? Um, but with me, we have the usual gang of idiots. I
Hey,
Yes.
I don't know who's old enough to remember that, but that's how the staff of Mad Magazine describe themselves.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
my!
My
And
brother used to get Mad Magazine in the mail.
oh my! I was never allowed to have it.
Oh,
It's
my
the
really?
mom thought it was hysterical.
This is
Oh,
going
my
to be a
parents,
stupid
my
question, but
parents
what's
were
Mad
like, this is a
Magazine?
staple of childhood and made sure I had Mad Magazine. What's funny though is like Mad Magazine was great, Cracked was terrible, but Cracked online is so much better than Mad ever was.
okay.
Okay,
You know,
Mad.
I haven't looked at Cracked in a heck of a long time.
Oh, it was so bad.
I discovered it when I was in eighth grade, so that would have been 1970. Um, and I understand that it's a good bit different now than it was then.
Well, I
But
haven't seen the magazine since like junior high school,
Hmm.
but I remember thinking this really wants to be Mad Magazine and it's just fallen short.
Yep.
okay
So
then.
I never
Yeah.
actually got
It,
to look at Cracked. Mom got Mad Magazine Tornado it was a joke magazine basically. It made fun of everything and
Mm-hmm.
anything.
And there was a lot
especially
of
movies and television, but it also had other stuff like Spy versus Spy and all the
yeah,
Don
Yeah.
Martin stuff and all of that.
and a
Oh, I
lot of
used to
I've
so-
heard
love
of
Spy
Spy
versus
versus
Spy.
Spy.
and a lot of
Yes,
Yeah.
it
social.
started there.
But I mean, if Mad Magazine was Coca Cola, then Crack was Mr. Pibb.
There you
Eh.
go. But Mad had a lot of social commentary that they
Oh
kind
yeah.
of slipped in there while you weren't watching.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then when they started having advertising, they couldn't do that
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
crap anymore, and
I
that was
don't.
really horrible.
I never read Mad Magazine with advertising. When did that start?
Yeah, I never read it with
Oh, that
advertising
was
either.
what, less than 10 years ago.
Oh, that would
Oh,
explain
well,
why.
that would be why. I don't think I'm not sure I've looked at an issue of Mad Magazine that came out after 1990.
Okay,
I
okay.
think
Um,
the last time we had Mad Magazine in the house, yeah, 1989, because it was the year I graduated. Because my brother went into the military and was no longer at home, so mom canceled the subscription.
Yeah, that was one thing that always kind of bugged me is when people would say, "You can't read Mad Magazine, that's a boy thing." Like they would actually
what?
actively tell girls not to read Mad.
Oh, for the heck of, and yeah, whatever. It's like,
Well, I mean, things used to be a little different. It was like that
Yeah.
whole like boys would have the treehouse with the no girls allowed sign on it.
oh
That's
yeah.
Yeah.
apparently not a thing anymore. Like I described that to someone, they were like, "Wow, I forgot about that." No, boys and girls play together all the time now.
We weren't allowed to play together because we might get up to naughty things.
Okay,
Jeez,
that one
yeah.
didn't come up. It was just, like
Oh,
boys play
that
with action figures,
was.
girls play with dolls, and all of that stuff.
Oh, fuck that. I used to run around with G.I. Joe figures all the time.
Well,
And
the
look
GI
at
Joe
me, I have
figures
a
were
whole
awesome because
collection
you
in
could
my
take
little
the
pony.
screwdriver to their back and pop
Yeah.
them open, and then make your own characters. That was the cool thing
Yes.
about GI Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Meanwhile, look at me, I have a whole entire collection of My Little Pony figurines that I sleep with every night.
Yes, you're strange.
There is that. Well, hell, I mean, I could show you my Howie. You've seen Howie, right?
No.
Oh, now, okay, here's the thing. It's weird. I am terrified of dogs because of an old childhood incident.
Right. Mhm.
But my favorite stuffed animal since for freaking ever is a dog named Howie.
Okay.
I found him on a trip. Like my parents and I, we were at this gift shop,
Mhm.
And there he was. And I was like, that guy's coming home with me. And my dad was like, that's a little more expensive than I wanted to spend. But he caved. And like, even now, I still like sleep with Howie at night. When I had the brain surgery, right?
Mhm.
Well, they
Mhm.
made sure that Howie was right there when I woke up.
Aww.
Yep. So I don't know what it is about Howie, but I've had him since my age was I must have been 11ish, maybe,
Mhm.
and I've had him ever since.
I, strangely enough, have the stuffed bear that I call Huggums. God,
Huggins?
Huggums
Oh, Huggins. Okay.
that I got from my first sweetheart. He gave it to me for Valentine's Day with
Aw.
a single red rose. Now, mind you, we weren't quite through puberty yet, so getting something like that was kind of like, aw. And I still have it. And I got it when I was 13. So, there-
Hmm.
aw.
Aw.
Yeah.
He's a husky
Now,
breed.
You know, that's what I always say, except his ears fold over in ways huskies don't.
No,
Mhm.
some huskies actually have floppy ears. Like
Do
that.
they? I've
Tips pointed-
never.
Yep.
Okay, well, I've been calling him a husky since forever, and for a while there, I thought I was wrong. I'm glad to be wrong about being wrong.
All right
But
then.
my mom's German Shepherd puppy, Gypsy, when we first got her, one of her ears did not stand up correctly. So, and what it is some dogs don't have the proper musculature in their ears to make the points stand up, so the tips will fold over.
Shadow.
Okay, so there's musculature involved here. It's not all cartilaginous.
No, it's not all cartilaginous. That's like one of Shadow's ears will stand up further than the other.
Okay then.
It goes halfway up, and the other one only goes like a third of the way up.
Now you've seen
Since
the
he's
stuff
half German
out there
Shepherd.
that's linking that whole ear folding to domestication.
Not sure. I have no clue.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am actually finding some decent pictures of huskies with floppy ears.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so Howie is a husky. I am so glad to know that. Good.
The things you learn on the internet.
Oh,
The internet is
absolutely.
a great place for learning stuff and also a terrible place for learning stuff.
Yeah, I've
yes.
learned some stuff that would stand your ears right up.
Oh, I just meant how many people are really, really wrong about things.
Oh, I was
Oh,
just
you
dealing with that earlier.
Oh.
Oh man. I mean,
Let's
I know.
not forget what the internet is primarily for.
Yeah, it's porn. But I was actually kind of lamenting on Facebook today about how, like, every now and then you'll see a report. You know, we're getting signals from outer space. We've invented a new polyalloy that can reshape itself. We've invented a virus that does this amazing thing. Then you never hear about it again after that first 5 days.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
like, where are all these things that people talked about, these amazing inventions that are supposed to change our lives that, were reported for 5 minutes on the internet, and now they're gone? What happened?
Yeah, and I was thinking about that a little while ago on my way to the gym. What strikes me is I'm looking around at the neighborhood. And, in all of the depictions of the future, of the 21st century, you were all supposed to have the flying cars and the buildings up on stilts and a lot of rings around everything. And I'm looking around
Oh,
and I'm
yeah.
seeing everything I saw 50 years ago or 60 years ago. And
The only
none,
difference is the shapes of the cars and
Yes.
the clothing people are wearing.
and even the attitudes of the people are they are just as prejudicial. They are just as bigoted. They are just as stupid.
Oh, I gotta
Hey!
disagree with that one. Because I know people who used to be homophobic as fuck who are now either queer themselves or very tolerant or whatever. Things have changed. It's slow and it seems to be specific to certain areas, but things have definitely
Yeah,
changed.
I was going to say Pittsburgh has a lot of catching up to do in that respect.
Yeah.
Um,
And
it really
it
depends
probably
upon
doesn't
where you're
help
at.
that Trump has emboldened the assholes. Like a lot of people say, "Oh, look at this, that, and the other thing, and how it happened because of Trump." And I'm like, they were always there. It's just they think now they can be open about it because of Trump.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
so,
No.
I don't know. It reveals how much work we still have to do, despite the work I thought we'd already done.
Well, we have done quite a bit of work, and I guess I can see your point when you say things have improved a little bit. The thing is, though, that we've gone back so many steps since not even so much Trump. It was before Trump. The Tea Party started, exerting their whatever it was, shortly after Barack Obama was elected, and I started seeing a lot of it happening then.
Oh man, don't even get me started on the Republicans versus the Obama family at the moment. Like I posted something on Twitter. I'm like, first they were trying to claim that Barack Obama was Kenyan. He's like a Kenyan agent who can't be president.
Yep.
Then they're trying to claim that Michelle Obama is actually a man named Michael, that she's trans.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And it won't be much longer, I think, before we find out that Sasha and Malia have mutant superpowers, right? I mean, the Obama family, looked at through Republican lenses, looks like a comic book drawn by somebody tripping on acid.
Oh, and let's not forget they're Muslims and
That too.
I forgot that one. And they're here to use their influences as former president of the United States to betray us to Saudi Arabia. Yada yada
Look how
yada.
much that happened.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Interesting
like-
comment. Hannibal of Carthage says, I'd say Obama was the point where GOP went full fascist. Agree? Disagree?
Or at least fully openly.
Openly, yeah.
But no, you know what? I don't think so. I think that was the ignition. Trump was the pinnacle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and this is the darn thing about the whole Trump thing is I have a feeling that Trump came on the scene, the Republicans liked him because he was the populist that all of their base liked, and then Trump got out of hand. I don't know.
I don't think he has, though. I think they like him that much. I think they actually... I mean, granted, there is definitely a split in the Republican Party. You're hearing about it a little bit on the edges, where there's actually some prominent Republicans saying, no, never Trump. It's happening. I wish I could remember the name, but there was definitely some prominent Republican who recently...
Yes, I saw that article,
Split in
and I
mind.
don't remember the name either.
But
I just hope it spreads.
Oh, sure.
But here's
I
the
hope so,
thing.
too.
I mean, never
But the
Trump.
thing is that I think the reason they like Trump is because he's malleable. I mean, he starts spouting the opinion and position of the last person who spoke to him.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
absolute. And what I really want to see, though, I mean, never Trump is one thing. The other thing I want to see is never a whole bunch of other people in the
Oh,
Republican
yes.
Party. I mean, never McConnell, never Lindsey Graham, never the names keep coming.
What the hell's the name of the guy? John Bolton, I think, where he's got the dark hair and the white mustache. Is that John Bolton?
Oh, the one that looks like a walrus? Yeah, that's Bolton.
Yeah,
You just
okay.
say never stupid.
I actually was watching a video
That covers a lot of ground,
seriously
sweetie.
a half hour ago of all of the different words that Trump has quite accidentally invented. Like, all of his little verbal missteps, and some of them were absolutely hilarious. And one
Okay,
of them,
like what?
he ended up calling John Bolton Mike Bolton.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so the GOP's circle of poo. Okay.
You know what I thought of? I thought of Donnie and the Giant and Peach.
Okay. If we could
I know James and the Giant Peach.
Yes, Donald Trump and the
And the
giant,
giant impeach. Yeah,
impeachment.
it would be nice if that happened. Well, no, he's already impeached.
He's already
Um,
impeached. It's whether or not he's going to get criminally charged, which the Republicans are saying, oh, no.
Well, we got a big
They don't
problem
want to
over
criminally
there.
charge him because that means they lose their cushy jobs.
No, it just means that they prove that they're not idiots if he gets charged criminally. And they don't want to prove they're not idiots.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, okay, we can haul it out now. I was wondering if we should have it on another show, but no, maybe it's better to have it now because it's fresh on the mind and on the tube here. I'm wondering. Call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. I'm wondering if Nancy is screwing things up because having the hearings now is, as the media has already said, going to take senators into chamber and certain of them off the campaign trail. There's somebody who is not going to be taken off the campaign trail, a certain certain former vice president, and I'm just wondering. And I'm wondering if that's a strategic move to have things this late finally into the campaign to where you're actually, pulling people out of the public eye.
Well,
And
my-
slap me if you will. I don't know.
Well, I mean, how do they decide who's going to be like presiding over all this stuff? Is the idea to get like, oh, Bernie Sanders, you have to come here and cast your vote instead of being on the campaign trail? Is that it?
As far as I understand it, it's pretty much a given that all 100 of them have to be in chamber.
They have to all be in chamber so that they can all hear the evidence and all vote.
Yeah. I mean, this is my understanding.
Well-
If it's not that, will somebody please tell me? I'd like to not be wrong.
Well, one hypothesis I've heard is actually not so much about Nancy Pelosi, but rather about the fact that if Trump is acquitted, which he will be
Oh, of
because
course.
of the Republican majorities, right? Like whether he committed these crimes or not, he's getting acquitted because people are not going to vote their conscience. But like when he's acquitted, he might get a bump in the polls because of it. And so even if Nancy Pelosi is calculating this as a move against the nominees, against the primary, she may end up shooting herself in the foot by boosting up Trump instead.
Right. I don't know. All I know is I will never vote for Trump.
Well, thank you for that much.
I
But
did not
you
vote
didn't know?
for Trump.
I will never be blue no matter who.
If there is a good independent candidate, I will vote for the independent candidate.
Well, that's the thing is I'm voting on issues, not parties. I will not vote
Right.
for another lesser of two evils. This bowl of shit is the same as the other bowl of shit. The only difference is the flavor candidate. I'm
Well,
not voting for that
okay.
ever again. And what I keep saying to people who are blue no matter who keep telling me, okay, well, welcome to 4 more years of Trump. I'm like, look, if your vote is malleable, you should be helping to back the nominee whose base is not full of malleable voters.
Right.
Because that's the only way you're going to win. And they keep saying, no, you have to vote blue no matter who in the general. Like they can't see past their own nose to realize if you need the most votes to elect the president, you need the nominee to be the one who will get the most votes.
Right. The problem
Well,
is that no
My-
matter who we vote for, it's the Electoral College that's going to decide.
Well, yeah, that's a separate issue, though.
the thing that's
But
the thing that's come
if
to
the
my
elec- Go on, Diana.
okay. The thing that's come to my mind is, God, I really don't want to say this. There is no political solution. No
isn't.
amount of voting for anybody is going to fix this. Yes, I'm saying it without saying it.
Okay, but if Bernie does get the nomination and the election, I'm going to say yes, there is.
I don't know.
The issue
I mean, it
we
would be a
have-
great thing to have him there, but I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna be allowed to fix anything. I mean, one person is one person.
I don't know.
The problem we
I've
have
been seeing an article recently where it said that the GOP is very afraid of getting swept in the next election, like not just the presidency but Congress too.
right. The biggest problem we have though is even if Bernie Sanders wins the nomination and is the Democratic candidate, the problem is how many in the Electoral College are going to vote for Trump again.
Well, that's a matter of which states are taken, and that's a bad idea. But that's what the
Yeah,
slave
and that's the whole thing.
compromise was all about in
We-
1789.
But one of the things I've been hearing about is that a lot of people, number one, a lot of the people who voted for Trump did so because of promises he made that he never fulfilled, and they deeply regret their vote. That they just wanted to vote for someone who would smash the system and thought Trump would do it, and he wasn't the guy that he claimed
No,
he was.
He's
on the
always
campaign
gained
trail.
the
And
system.
so that's one of the reasons why I think that being worried about the Electoral College might be a bit unnecessary.
Yeah,
I think that there's a very real chance that some of the states that people are counting on being red or even purple are gonna swing further blue than anyone realizes.
Well,
Yeah,
I can only
but
hope
I-
that you're right. I mean, I'm
I hope so.
begging and pleading that you're right.
Yeah, I think that, in all honesty, I've said it before. We need to get rid of the Electoral College. It is no
Well, I've been saying that
longer
for almost 50 years,
Yeah.
but that's
It-
not,
it's
and
no
I mean,
longer
you know,
a necessary thing.
Mm-hmm.
'cause
It is
And I know a lot of people,
unnecessary.
like in the Midwest and all of that, they're like, yeah, but then we won't have enough influence. The country won't ever be what we want it to be. And it's like,
Oh well, then
yeah,
move.
but there's not as many of you, so maybe it shouldn't be.
Right.
You have
Right.
disproportionate amounts of power right now, far beyond how many of you there are. So
Right.
you
this
know,
is what I'm
get
telling
over
you.
it.
And the thing is the president of the United States should be a popularity vote. He or she who gets the most votes should win. This bullshit where the Electoral College comes in and says, "Oh, well, you know what? The popular vote doesn't mean jack shit because we're voting this way."
Well, that was that was the whole thinking. I mean, in 1787, or was it 1787 or 1789 when that compromise was hammered out?
Because of
where
the slaves,
the slave
yeah.
states didn't have the population to keep slavery going here in the U.S., so they wanted, by state, which gave them a proportionally larger vote because you've said it before, Kate. Your vote is worth what, about a third or a quarter or less
Oh, that's
of a vote in, let's say, Montana.
Florida.
something like that. I mean, there was one state where it was so crazy, where like one person's vote was like 30 or 70 times
57.
that. What?
One person's vote is worth 57 votes.
Cha.
Mhm.
It's insanity.
It is.
And the people I worked with, well, the people at NCG, they were nice in their own way, but God, they were idiots. Sorry, Aaron. I know you really like Dr. Jones. I know you really like Bob. Sorry, I think they both need a lot of work
But
upstairs.
Bob Jones, that's like the most generic name there could ever be.
No, there was Bob Graves and Michael Jones.
Well, Michael Jones isn't any better, but go on.
Yeah, it's Dr. Jones, Michael Jones, is the consummate Floridian. Excuse the phrase,
That's fine.
Monito, but very
I'm not a natural born
very
citizen
very
of Florida,
southern. All worried about the brown people on the other side of the border and all this other happy stuff. And Bob thinks he knows everything. Well, he's a life coach. Oh God, he's the one.
life
And this is the one that sparked the argument that led to the fallout, between them and me, where Graves was going on about how psychiatry is bullshit and depression does not exist.
Oh, jeepers.
He got the entire audience on his case. Well, it didn't help that the entire audience were fans of me. I'm going to pat myself on my back here. Subscribers to my channel, etc., etc. They were packing the house, and they jumped all
Wait,
over.
this was live?
This was live. Oh yeah.
A real physical event?
Oh yes, and unfortunately you can't see it because they pulled it off the air. They pulled it off YouTube. I wish they would have kept it there, but I think they knew they were wrong and they weren't going to admit it.
The fans
there-
just went ape shit?
There is actually something I would very much like to organize, and
Yes, ma'am.
it's along the same lines as getting on someone's case. There was a like a White House staffer or something who said that Trump was raised to win at all costs. That was his dad's thing. Like, he taught him, you must win in all things. And the one thing that Trump cannot stand beyond not winning is being laughed at. He cannot handle other people laughing at him. And so what I would love to do is organize an event where we find a Trump rally and flood it with people and just point and laugh at him. Don't do anything else. Just blah, ha, 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 ha at Trump the whole time.
There's a slight problem we might run into if we did something like that, is
Yeah.
the loyalists in the audience will turn to physical violence.
Oh,
If
I
you're ready-
say
if you're ready
let
for
them.
that,
You have
that's-
any
that's
idea
cool.
what that will do to public opinion. Let them.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have them arrested for assault.
Uh-huh. You know, it'll be like, this is what Trump supporters are like. They will pound on you for mockery, for
Laughing.
criticism,
haven't
any
we
of that.
seen that
Just
already?
laughing. It was, they seriously let them do it.
I mean, if
I mean, it's like you know, back I want to say it was like the '60s or something. They would have all those race rallies, and the police would turn fire hoses on them.
oh, I
Same
remember.
thing here.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Same
if you're
thing here.
willing to do that, and I'm not speaking specifically to you, Kate. I'm speaking to general you. If people are willing to do that, then that might be the way to go. That there could be some serious pain involved, so be ready for it. Is all I'm saying.
Well,
That's like-
if I had a way to organize one of those rallies, and if I had a way to get there, because let's face it, I'm on foot still. I would attend such a rally.
If it was nearby, yeah.
I mean, I'd go. What have I got to lose? You know.
Now,
What's the worst
well,
they could
that's
do?
like-
Kill me?
Trump is trying to pull $7 billion from the military to support his wall.
Oh yes,
now.
absolutely. And well,
Isn't
this is
that what
one of
he
the
decided?
things.
Oh, I'm going to declare a national emergency against all state and federal laws ever.
It's not like the military would notice.
Well, this is one of the things that does have a lot of vets not liking him very much. Many other things, but that's one of them.
Right. Well, that's like Trump never served in the military.
Mm-hmm.
He's a waste of space.
Man, I
No.
would love
It's a
to have
waste.
someone get on my case for having never served in the military, because then I'd be like, well, yeah, I don't think anyone should have to. The military sucks. Obviously, I'm not going to be a part of it.
Well,
Yeah,
that and
it's,
you had brain issues too, so you wouldn't have
Wow.
been allowed to serve anyway.
Yeah, but those didn't manifest until quite late in life, relatively speaking. I could have joined the military as a teenager if I'd wanted to. Actually, no, I couldn't. They wouldn't let you in if you're LGBT yet. But
That's right.
you know, there was a time when I would have been the right age and it would have been allowed to be in the military. I had that opportunity. It was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and well, they were after me. They wanted me. It's amazing. I don't. Is anybody out there knowing about this and can attest to the veracity thereof? I happen to mention in a group of people that a Marine recruiter came to the house trying to convince me to become a U.S. Marine. And I got a bunch of heads turning. They never do that. Who are you that they wanted you that badly? And I don't know, but he was there.
Well, this was back in the 70s, right?
That was, let's see, 73, 74? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Vietnam War.
The Vietnam War, that was still. They were trying to get you drafted.
You know what I think is absolutely hilarious was in 1986, they actually set up naval recruitment stations in movie theaters for when people were going to go see Top Gun. That amuses the hell out of me.
Okay.
Like the recruitment into the Navy after Top Gun came out skyrocketed like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, everybody wanted to be a flyboy.
They probably all ended up swabbies.
Right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Oh, what it takes to be a
Or
Navy
seamen.
pilot? Come on.
Or seamen.
Never mind.
Well, you did mention the Navy.
Yeah,
Hold on, I
well,
gotta
that's
say
because
something.
that's where the characters from Top Gun were. They were naval.
I have to say something. So does this mean that a ship full of women would be
No,
riddled with blood and semen?
no.
No,
No.
doesn't work.
No.
No, the thought did actually cross my mind, though,
I'm sorry.
as
that
far
was
as
terrible.
trying to become a Navy flyer.
Mm-hmm.
I most like, well, number one, I probably wouldn't have made it in the first place, and second, the problems I ran into when I was 18 years old, the medical problems I ran into, I would have been on the ground in a big hurry.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I would have been out of the military, period. So, oh well, what are you gonna do?
There was something that was bugging me for a while. There was this story in my head, and I could not identify it. And it turns out it's actually. You ever read Callahan's Crosstime Saloon or any of those books by Spider Robinson?
Mm-mm.
Pretty good series. It's about this bar where all kinds of wacky paranormal things happen, and it's a lot of fun. But in one of the stories, there was this guy telling a story because they have this gigantic fireplace, and the whole idea is there's a line on the floor, and you go up and you pay for your drink, and they give you the drink and the glass. And you can either drink the drink, return the glass, and take back half of what you paid, or you can go up to the line, make a toast, and smash your drink in the fireplace. And that's part of the tradition. Well, one guy was making his toast, and he was talking about a friend of his, and this was like after they were recruited into the Vietnam War, and they're in basic training. And they're like really good friends, and they're talking about like peeling potatoes and all this stuff. But then they get to the part where they're issued their rifle. And the way it worked was there was a sergeant, and it's really cold out, and everyone's trying to make sure they don't drop it, so they're working their fingers and all this stuff. And there's the guy's friend and him in line. That's the order. The guy's friend gets there, and the sergeant throws the rifle at him, because what they do, they throw it, and it hits you in the chest as hard as it can. You have to catch it, right? Well, the friend just sidestepped and said, nope, not taking it. That thing kills people, and I'll have nothing to do with it. And the sergeant flipped out, lost it, sent the guy to the stockade with the MPs, and this guy never hears from his friend again, ever. And it turns out that apparently he had been murdered in prison or something for being a coward or something like that. I don't remember the exact story, but man, that was bugging me because I had that story in my head for ages. Could not remember where it was from. And finally, but I was pretty sure it was from Sci-Fi. So I asked in a Sci-Fi group and someone remembered. So, yeah.
Okay.
I forget why I started telling that story, but we were talking about the military in Vietnam, and I guess that's why it popped
That's
into my
probably
head.
why.
Yeah.
That's why you don't, and that's another one of the reasons why I don't want to join the military.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention they probably wouldn't accept me.
I was going to say, I mean, not to disparage you or anything, but they probably wouldn't want you.
Now you never
Well-
know. You never know. But
Autism, ADHD, conduct disorder.
Yeah, you'd be on KP for the rest of your life.
Yeah, pretty much.
doesn't mean they wouldn't want you.
Well,
It's the kitchen
I'm
help.
sure they need.
Well,
Cook
yeah, I mean,
in
it's
the
like,
military.
oh, cannon fodder. There we go.
Mm.
You know, what's the lifespan of an infantryman? 6 seconds or some shit like that?
Yeah, well,
Mm.
my darling's not going to be cannon fodder.
Well, I remember, and I don't know how accurate this is because it is a sitcom, but if you've ever seen Blackadder, you know Blackadder?
Oh,
Robert
yes.
Atkinson? The fourth season was set during World War One, and at one point they're going to join the 20 Minuters, which is the Flying Air Corps, the British Flying Air Corps. And the way they thought it went was 20 minutes is the average time a pilot spends in the air. Turns out it's the average lifespan
Of
of
a pilot.
Yeah.
and we find this out after the training.
Hmm. Yeah, well, Tornado's not eligible. Well, I could step in and say, no, I don't want him to serve, and they wouldn't let him serve.
Plus, I'm an only child.
He's the only child. He's his dad's only son. And he's my only child. So that makes him ineligible.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Still does. Those rules are still in place.
Yep.
I had no idea.
If he is the only male child of his direct bloodline, they don't send you overseas. They don't send you into combat. So there's no point in taking you.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was a thing.
There was a
Yep.
lot of stuff that happened after the Indianapolis incident.
Mhm.
The what?
The destroyer Indianapolis was sunk with all hands aboard, and I think 4 of those hands were 4 brothers who were the only
Yep.
males of their family,
Yep.
the male children.
So
And
okay.
a lot changed after that happened.
Huh.
Yeah, because
I honestly had no idea.
yeah,
I know that my dad got out of Vietnam by saying he's a conscientious objector, which is not a lie. He very much is.
Karis! Hi!
it's Karis. Oh,
Long time
Hello.
no see,
I need a
dear.
link to the live chat now.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick.
well,
Send me a
today
link
was-
to the live chat, please.
I am going to sound like an asshole here, but I have no idea who that is.
Oh,
Karis
Diana, can you send me a link
was
to the live chat?
Karis was Jeff's co-host on the old movie night.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Tornado,
Months
you've got
ago,
the
I'll just
link
go there
in
myself.
Discord. You've got the link in Discord.
My back.
We love you, Karis. I mean, seriously.
The
Okay.
YouTube.
She's got it. She's on the YouTube, Talon.
Wait. No, sorry. Brain not. I'm not going to say what went through my head. Song reference.
She's in the chat, Tornado.
Wait, she's coming on here?
No, my God.
She's in the text chat, dude.
She's in the text chat, Talon, which
Alright.
means she's watching the YouTube video.
And I gotta say, either we are very, very, very lagged, or people are taking forever to type their replies to us.
I'm going to make sure I've got the right.
I mean, because when Critical Cripple reacted to me talking about Blackadder, that came like 30 seconds after I finished telling the story. So
Oh, wow.
but
Oh, my. Okay, I went over.
like that whole like only male child thing
Mhm.
has gotten a bit out of hand, because like in China they're actually abandoning girl babies because you're only allowed to have one child,
I thought they
and of course
changed that.
the guy wants his have they changed that?
I thought they did.
I don't think they have.
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time and it won't be the last.
But I mean, like, all the fathers want descendants to carry on their name, And so they're either abandoning, killing, or denying they ever had girl children just to have that boy. And of course, because of that, now there's a lot of guys out there who can't find a girlfriend.
Yes, and of course, they don't look ahead to see that. But that is one way to really screw up the population spread.
So it says here in November of 2013, they voted to suspend the policy, or not to suspend it, but to make it more flexible. It says, I'm going to have to
Okay.
gonna have to find the specifics in here somewhere because this article is long, but let's see here. In 2013, Deputy Director Wang Palin, I don't know how to pronounce that, of the National Health and Family Planning Commission said that China's population will not grow substantially in the short term. They found eligible couples wish to have 2 children, most because of the cost of living impact of a second child, blah, 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 blah. So they announced the decision to relax the child policy. Under the new policy, families could have 2 children if one parent, rather than both parents, was an only child. Okay. I see.
Yeah,
I see.
there is an actual problem right now because China held back on their population so much that they are suffering a population decline at this point, if I remember correctly, because all of the older people that are dying, there's not enough people to replace them.
Well, I thought that was the
Okay.
idea, though. I thought the
this
whole
is-
idea was they were overpopulated, so they need to underpopulate a bit.
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
but
think of me
it's-
what you will, but I'm going to say that I
Yeah.
thought that was the idea. I mean, we're already severely overpopulated.
Well, I'm sure that was the idea, but they're losing more than they held back, if that makes sense.
I thought that was the idea.
Yes,
I know we've got
but
somebody
in
here
extreme.
saying, somebody here in what do they call that? It's a pocket or whatever it is. When my browser comes up, it comes up to a page which throws some articles at me, and somebody's saying,
Oh.
we're in trouble because there aren't enough kids to take care of the old people and everything else. And it's like, look, I don't care. If you can't take care of me, that's fine. I'll just go off in the woods somewhere. And no, I'm not doing the old Jewish mother thing. It's like, if I'm taking up space that could easily be better taken up by somebody else, fine.
My mom's side of the family is Jewish. My mom loves trying to turn stuff into drama. I mean,
Right.
she loves whether it's warranted or not.
It's
She
Karis.
loves to make drama out of things.
Paris?
And I've gotten to the point where I will double or triple down on the drama if she tries to make it worse. I'm like, oh, you think this thing I'm doing is worthy of making a scene, huh? Well, let me crank it up to 11 for you. So, if you're going to do the Jewish mom thing, beware.
Hi, Karis. We've missed you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Oh, good.
loud and
Good to
clear.
meet you, by the way, whoever the heck you are.
Hi,
Thank you.
Karis.
And you're not missing much. Hi.
I finally got my own mic.
Oh,
You know, if you start eating like really fatty foods and high protein content, eventually I will be missing much.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh my
Kate,
goodness, Kate.
not Kate, Karis, I don't know if you know everybody in here. Do you know Kate? Do you know Bionic Dance?
I know of her. She does not know of me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
well, I
she-
only found
no,
out
that
about
has
movie night
something.
after Sci Strike was around, so
Right.
Yeah, there's. I shan't say anything on air.
Yeah, and she was one of the people on movie night who kept telling me, Mom Nito, you got to get your own mic.
She's got one now.
were
Me
you
too
sharing
quiet.
with Tornado?
Well, they'd hear me when I'd go into his bedroom to fuss at him because he was being too loud, or I was in there and they made a comment and wanted a response from me, and I'd have to share the mic with Tornado, and everybody's like, she's so quiet. Why is she so quiet?
It's why I had to get a snowball mic so I can sympathize with your dilemma.
Yeah, I understand there was some stuff, family stuff and everything going on. Is that better, or are things working out?
Off and on.
Okay, because we don't want shit going down the tubes for you. Okay.
Yeah, people have missed you and have been constantly asking, "Where's Karis? Is Karis okay? When's Karis coming back?" It's one of the
Define okay.
staples of. Well, they're all worried about you, especially
I definitely missed you.
every movie night. Somebody asks, "Has anybody heard about Karis?" or "Has anybody heard from Karis?" And everybody's like, "Karis will come back when Karis is ready to come back. Just
And to
be
those who
patient."
have said that, I thank you.
Yes.
I've needed a lot
Space.
of distance, space. I have a full plate, so how much I will be able to do is still up in the air. I am not ready to hit the ground running, shall I say?
Right.
Oh, that's
So I
very
see what
well
you guys were
appreciated.
talking
Yeah.
about when you talked about her voice. I get it now.
Yes. Yeah, she's the low, sultry alpha while I'm the high pitched soprano.
You know, sultry was the first word that came to mind.
Yes.
For
I'm
those
gonna go turn red now, as I always am doing on somebody's channel.
For those of you in the side chat who haven't heard me say it, I've been the one to say that yes, Karis could read the back of a cereal box and make it sound erotic.
Diana, if you don't recall, I have read the back of.
Yes,
several
I was
serial
about to mention that. I forget whose fundraiser that was, but
It
yes.
was Sean's, including
Okay.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Okay.
Oh, you would be at reading Edgar Allan Poe. Oh my goodness, that would be almost, no offense, Karis, creepy.
I don't know. We've got to have you on here just as a special show to have you read the really bad porn.
No, there's one Edgar Allan Poe piece that I read, and it's probably the only one I will read, just because it's my favorite by far. It's Annabelle Lee.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, no, she said the really bad porn.
Mhm.
Not Poe.
Oh, and I also drew Tornado's little changeling there.
Yay! I think.
Tornado's changeling in his avatar.
Oh,
I did
Yeah,
that part
mine's-
of his avatar.
yeah, mine's just the puppy, so.
Well,
That's my mom's dog, Shadow.
That's Shadow, the one that you've always heard barking in the background.
Ah, yes.
my,
Dog
my
Nito.
big old beastie. My 85-pound beastie who's asleep.
and then over here there's a kittiness.
Speaking of kitties,
Oh,
that's me one right here on the chair next to me.
Oh
Mine
my,
too.
She
oh my,
still,
oh my.
Columbia still does not seem to realize that she has an open invite to my lap. Like I can, make the noises and all that, and I can like pat my lap and all this. She does not come over. I have to pick her up and put her on my lap, and then she's like, "Aha, I'm allowed."
Well, that, Kate, is because you're entirely too agreeable about it. Those who hate cats are cat
yes.
magnets.
see, my cats are constantly wanting in my lap. And the other day she came up.
Mine.
Cats are by nature contrarians. What you
Yes.
don't want, they will do.
Oh,
If you want them on your
absolutely.
lap, that is a surefire plan to repel them.
Now your mic is covering your face, Kate.
Yeah, well, I have a kitty who, if I don't put my mic where it is right now, she will nuzzle it, and
Yes.
you will all end up looking at my ugly mug instead of whoever's actually talking.
Shut up, Clarion.
Yeah, hush you. What?
What? Does Columbia agree with that or something, or what?
Well, that meow is usually her stop it protest meow. Like, hey, you.
Let
I
me
don't know. Maybe
go.
she just wants attention. I'm sure that's it.
Mm. Mine are both sleeping on the couch, so.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Hmm.
Yeah, this one is trying to decide what to get into next. What are you doing? And why are you doing it? Oh, she's eating the pulls on the Venetian blinds. Okay.
Oh, I don't let mine do that. That's because he does it in the middle of the night, and it's like thwap, 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 thwap.
So-
I'm trying to sleep.
If you need to see less of the sun on the second planet closest to it, would you be using Venusian blinds?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Every time someone says Venetian blinds, that thought goes through my head, and sometimes I need to get it out or I will explode.
Maybe earthen blinds.
Well,
Maybe earthen blinds.
something like that. You know, I want to
it'd
know.
be Venusian because you're on Venus, you see.
I want to know, though. I truly
What?
want to know what the difference is between Venetian blinds and Tuscan blinds. Or,
I didn't know Tuscan blinds were a thing.
well, there's got to be a thing somewhere, you know, be it Tuscan blinds or Roman blinds or something. Because if you have to
I know.
specify Venetian blinds, there must be others.
I'll have to consult
Nah, they're just
Google.
specific to.
Tuscan blinds.
Well,
Let's
I
see
looked
what
it up
Google
and they
has
look
to
like they're
say
made out
about
of bamboo or some shit. Like, seriously, I'm not even kidding. They look like they're made out of wood or bamboo or something. But I mean, the thing is, like maybe they specify Venetian blinds not because of a different part of Italy or something, but because they were invented in Venice, unlike the other blinds we tend to use.
Okay.
My question, though, is is there a name for the things that look like Venetian blinds, but they're vertical instead of horizontal? Are those just vertical Venetian blinds, or is there a term for them?
The only thing I've heard them called is vertical blinds. If there is another name, I don't remember hearing it.
Okay.
And yeah, there was.
I mean, it's not one of those things I've always wondered, but it is something that's popped into my head from time to time.
Yeah, there was a blind sales place about a block from me some years ago, so I got to see how that whole thing going on.
Oh, let's see what call Mom gets today.
Apologies for not exactly being interesting during this call.
Well, hey, look on the bright side.
There are Venetian blinds that I can. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Also, I hope that you're feeling. I hope that you, Karis. I honestly hope you've been feeling better.
Thank you. I have not had nearly enough alcohol for this.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, right now I have a kitty who's on my lap, and I really don't dig on booze that much anymore. But if I need to get inebriated, I do have ready access to a marijuana vape.
I dumped mine out. Not any vape, but my booze. I did it yesterday. I had a bad flavor that just didn't agree with me, but I thought, why not just not?
Well, you know, I would do that, except every now and then I kind of feel like, oh, let's do one shot, like once every 3 or 4 months, you know?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I figure I don't want to go out and buy a whole new bottle of Captain Morgan just to do the one shot. So I've been keeping it on my fridge. It's been there for more than a year now. So
That
Yeah,
sounds
I've had this
dangerous.
bottle on my fridge for about 3 months, and I thought, it's just taking up space up there, and I hate that.
Yeah, I've got a.
Well, also, I mean, like, I'm not superstitious in any way, really, but I used to hang out at an Irish pub, and they would tell us all the time that there was an Irish legend that says that when you die, you are suspended headfirst into a barrel full of all the alcohol that you've ever wasted, and if you drown, to hell with you, right? And I like to go along with that because it amuses me, not because I'm scared of hell or nothing. Just because it's a tradition I find entertaining. So I'm not going to dump out my booze for at least 2 reasons.
Well, on my rack over there. There's that fifth of scotch that I've had for 17 years. Literally.
Huh.
I'm going to have to finish it off because I believe
That's like half as long as I've been alive.
if I remember correctly, I think it was 2003 that my ex gave me that as a Christmas present. A fifth of the Glenfiddich. And I think I may have to finish it off soon because maybe my memory is shot, but I think the flavor is changing from what it was in 2003. I mean, it could after sitting there for, half your lifetime, Karis.
That Irish legend about being dunked headfirst into all the alcohol you've ever wasted. Would I have that happen to me? Because I don't drink alcohol.
Well, then you haven't
obviously
wasted
you haven't
it.
wasted any. I mean, unless you've knocked over a beer or something, chances are good you have not wasted any.
In
And
which
even-
case, you'd be drowning in like 4 inches of alcohol, which is super frustrating.
Yes. Oh, Lord.
I
Oh.
thought so. I thought so.
What?
There is something I just looked up on Google, and it says that hormones can change your taste buds. So it may be that the booze is not changed, Diana. It might be you.
Okay.
I swore I heard that somewhere, and they were talking primarily about menstruation,
Mhm.
but there were a few people
Probably
mentioning, trans
pregnancy.
people mentioning that things will taste different after you've been on HRT for a while.
Okay, because what's happened here is the Glenfiddich is tasting sweeter than I remember it.
Well, that's the
Back-
opposite of what they say. They say things will taste bitter, but still, regardless, something changed.
Yeah, definitely, and maybe it is. Maybe it is the hormones, because that came in between. Because let's see, I started HRT in 2009, 2010, something like that. So
been a while.
yeah, it's
I've
almost
heard that smoking also can change your taste buds. I don't know if this
Yes.
is.
I've heard that too.
I wonder.
No,
I
I
wonder
can't
then
confirm this.
if mine have changed back.
It's possible because I know that things that my mom likes as a smoker that she said taste really good and sweet are so sweet they make my teeth hurt.
Ooh, that's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Karis, I don't know if you know, I quit a year and a half ago.
Congratulations.
Yay! I finally.
don't-
That's
smoke,
also why you say the
never
booze
have.
got sweeter and
I'm
you're
new at
also
this
not
time.
smoking anymore. That could easily be it.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember when I noticed the flavor changing. It might have been after. Yeah, I quit in August of 18. Finally said, "That's enough, Clarion."
I think I vaguely remember this.
And what's the really crazy thing is, was that the crazy thing? Maybe it wasn't the crazy thing. I don't know.
The crazy thing was all that memory loss.
Yeah, pretty much. And I can't even blame it on the wrong medications anymore, man. I don't know if you remember the little bit a while back when I would succumb to confusion. And it had to do with the medication I was put on. God, that was crazy. When I would be talking and everything, and suddenly I'd be making absolutely no sense. You're looking at me like I'm from another planet, and it's I'm even noticing it, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on here? Happily, I'm not on that medication anymore.
I am so looking forward to when my neurologist will take me off of the goddamn brain meds. I'm so sick and tired of those things.
That would be nice. It's I have not been able to be off for 2 days. I would start feeling that aura where the seizure is beginning, that sort of thing. Now, it takes a few weeks of being off, but it comes back, and it's like, okay, I can't be off.
Well, I don't know. I just know that I'm sick and tired of taking that stupid medication. I think it messes with my digestive system.
Well,
I don't
depending
know.
on the medication, it
I'm
might.
so done with it.
We're just glad to have you still here with us.
Aw, shucks. Or did you
Speaking
know
as one of those who have kind of followed what's happened.
Have you considered asking for them to lower the dosage?
No, I mean I've talked to my doctor about it, and he said 2 years. You got it 2 years after the brain surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And
how
I
close are-
swear. I mean, I swear he said 1 the first time I asked, and now it's 2 years.
I think I
I'm like-
remember you saying that he had said 1.
Yeah. I'm
How
so
close
not
are you
happy
to-
about it. What?
Side chat.
How close
Amiga
are you
Nuts
to
asked.
2?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do we have going on here in the side?
I would have answered Amiga Nuts a lot sooner, but I could not find the
Hi,
hand
Maya.
emoji to save my life.
Amiga Nut. Yes, I've heard. I love that proverb. Or proverb, rhyme, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
I mean, I heard something very similar, like for want of a farthing or something similar, where it's like we needed just 1 extra coin, but because we didn't have it, everything fell apart.
Yeah, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. Yeah.
Butterfly effect.
For want of a cup of coffee.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I'm back on
I believe the
caffeine.
term you're looking for is butterfly effect, Kate.
No, actually, it's not. I mean, because the effect is rather more immediate for a lot of these things, where it's like, well, we needed to outfit the army with all this stuff, but like we had to buy it all in bulk, and we were missing 1 penny, so we couldn't buy it at all because we had to buy it all in bulk, and thus the military campaign failed, or something like that, where it's less of a butterfly effect and more a matter of we needed to accomplish this one thing, but we were missing just barely enough, and it all fell apart because of that. I mean, butterfly effect is more like this one little tiny thing happened and it had a cascade effect, versus we failed because we missed by 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh, yeah,
tried
the whole
looking.
Noah's flood thing. That's the butterfly effect.
Not really, no, but okay.
Yeah, I tried typing in for the want of a farthing, and I don't see anything coming up on Google. So
Might have been in a TV show or something where like
Okay.
a character said it once. Like sometimes TV shows will try to build a universe that's original, but because they want to express a concept that was expressed on Earth, they just rephrased it. I think it might have been something like that.
I love it when they have a different type of social media on those shows. It's just like social media or something. It's a knockoff of Facebook, but they can't mention Facebook. And I'm going on a rabbit trail. You guys proceed.
No, I totally get it. Where they have the name of something where it sure sounds like Facebook, but it's not Facebook. Like
Yeah,
I don't
something
know,
like that.
nose pamphlet or something. That's just something. But I'm sure they came up with something a lot more clever for realsies. But yeah, no, I'm with you.
Oh, Bush, I love that. Let me write that down.
What, nose pamphlet?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a
You better
fortune
copyright
with it.
that.
So it sounds like the name of a bad '90s college band.
Okay. Oh man.
Nose pamphlet playing tonight.
Like they'd open for They Might Be Giants or something.
Right.
You know what really happened, or what happened in Shadow Kitty? Yeah, Shadow Kitty says smoking mucks up your taste buds, and before I quit, got to the point where I couldn't distinguish cola from root beer. When I quit, I got my voice back. It's the amazing thing. Right around the time I quit, I was sounding like Kenny Rogers with an extra helping of gravel, even when I was speaking. Got kind of frightened, and that was one of the reasons that I actually put the stuff down. And I said, I can't. My throat is shot. I can't do this anymore. And I may not be Neil Young, but I'm definitely around Stephen Stills as far as vocal range is concerned. So yeah, I got my upper range back. Yay.
I'm sorry, I don't know
You
who
may
any of
not
these
be,
people are.
You may not be Neil Young, but you might be Stan Elderly.
Yep.
Who's Neil Young?
I
Neil
don't.
Young.
I don't know if you're familiar with Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
I don't know who Neil Young or any of the others are. Please forgive me. I know I've just uttered a heresy.
Okay, I know that Neil Young exists. If you were to play 5 songs in a row and say one of these was Neil Young, his most famous hit ever, I could not identify it. I just know the name.
Okay, my ex called him Wounded Beagle because that's what he sounded
Okay.
like to her.
Wounded Beagle.
Yes.
Be right back. Getting
I remember what was the Beagle, the name of the ship
Non-alcoholic.
Darwin was on. Am I
That was-
remembering that right?
There was the Beagle. Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure my memory was not playing tricks on me.
Oh my. Let's see. Wait a minute. Yeah. There we go.
You know, I gotta say, and maybe this is just me, but when I look at Snoopy, I don't see a beagle. Or when I look at a beagle, I don't see Snoopy. No part of me thinks, oh yeah, that's Snoopy, clearly.
Oh
They just
right.
don't-
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Definitely not a standard, regular, everyday beagle or anything like that. Okay. The people I referred to, the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. My favorite is in the side chat in case anybody wants to listen.
Well, and you know, of those, the only one I could actually visually identify is Crosby.
Oh yeah, I mean the walrus mustache and everything. Yeah.
Well, sure, but I mean, even then, the only reason I've ever seen him is because he's like guested on a couple of TV shows, like just randomly in a sitcom for no good reason, that kind of thing. That's the only reason I know who he is.
Okay then.
I love cameo appearances like that.
Well, then you should watch The Orville. They have cameos all the hell over the place. Mind you, most of them are pretty geeky, but they did have, in 2 episodes, Jason Alexander playing an alien bartender, and Bruce Willis was a giant flower.
You say geeky as if it's a bad thing.
Oh no! I'm just making sure that, because you know, if I told people, well, there's going to be references all the heck over the place, and then they watch and they don't realize, oh yeah, that was Delenn on Babylon 5. Well, I mean, you got to be a geek to know that shit. So you know,
I've got a question.
I have all the answers.
it's not the one about where babies come from, is it? Because you should have learned that a long time ago.
No, actually, it's about Bruce
God damn
Willis and the giant flower. So, if Bruce Willis wanted to kill someone, or if Bruce Willis really wanted to do something funny, would he have said "Yippee-ki-yay, massive flower"?
No,
No.
I don't think he would.
Absolutely not.
Come on!
It's, dude, learn when a joke doesn't land.
There you go.
On that note,
I'm being bad.
Okay,
I'm being very bad. Strawberry cheesecake. Yum.
Oh my word! Don't do that
she's
shit to
not wrong
me.
there.
So when I say that Bruce Willis was a giant flower on the Orville, what I mean is this right here. That character
Mommy.
right there was voiced by Bruce Willis. He had about 3 lines, but still.
Oh
Read
my
them
my.
yippee-ki-yay.
That is
I am
amazing.
Groot.
Oh man, that would be so awesome to watch him and Groot have like some sort of maybe not a fight, because, well,
Who
Groot would
knows
win.
who voiced Groot?
That was Vin Diesel, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Oh God, I was in love
Oh.
with Vin Diesel for so long.
Oh my god,
Really?
he's such a hottie.
Wow, you guys are weird.
Well, I think it was his cold demeanor.
Mm.
Oh. That
And
would
Riddick?
never turn me on no matter who it was. I do not dig on cold.
I love cold. It's usually not very dramatic.
Mm.
Mm.
As Riddick.
Okay, I should qualify that. I like external cold. Just surface cold.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yeah, Riddick has a lot of depth to him.
Right, can't be cold through and through.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I remember watching the first movie and being so bored by it.
Mm. The first movie was just weird and out there.
Mm. Now, by the first movie, I mean the one, I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me, but the one that wasn't called Riddick.
Pitch Black.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan.
So it's Pitch Black, Dark Fury, and Riddick. And he's got another Riddick movie coming out. But
I'll be hopping on that.
Well, the funny thing is, like, as I understand it, Vin Diesel is kind of a teddy bear in real life.
oh, he
Is
is.
what I've
He's
heard. He's
also
like
a
one of the
gamer.
nicest people ever.
He's a gamer too.
Well, I knew that part.
So
I did not
yeah.
know this part.
Oh yeah, he plays D&D, World of Warcraft.
Oh my god, he plays World of Warcraft.
Yes, he does.
Imagine him in Minecraft.
Minecraft? I
That'd be
don't.
hilarious.
No,
No, just the picture of him playing Minecraft.
Mm.
You know,
I know he
maybe
might.
it's just me, but
Speaking
I
of
never could
which-
get into Minecraft. I tried, and either I was playing it wrong or I didn't have the right mods or something, but I found it to be just nothing but a big honking grind.
It's boring.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Minecraft is not the game for me.
Minecraft is only boring if you don't have big bosses to fight.
Well, I didn't even like what I was trying to do was craft things, and I had to like mine 10 blocks to get one brick. And so basically I had to carve a huge Grand Canyon sized ditch into the playing area just to make a one-room log cabin. And I was like, screw this crap. This is no fun. This is a job for which I am not getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
I love the
agree.
mod known as Ore Spawn.
I have no idea.
And yes, let us all remember that as far as getting paid and everything, you are not greedy when you want money to do things.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did. For those who don't know, I asked about this on both Facebook and Twitter. Is like, I want money, not to have it, not to take it from other people, but just for what I can do with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And I was asking, is that greedy or not?
No, that's not greedy.
You know, and I didn't figure so, but actually a couple of people did vote yes for that being greedy. But then one other person, this was on Facebook, so some of you might not have seen it. One other person was like, but material comforts will never make you happy. Go outside and look at the sky. And all that. I'm like, really? I mean,
Like this
I know
over
I go
here.
off.
Okay, material comforts will not make me happy. That is absolutely true. However, the lack
But you really
of them
don't like a whole lot
might
fucking easy.
well make me unhappy.
Well, here's what I'm
exactly.
picturing. I mean, you know how I've got this VR setup that I absolutely adore. Well, it lets me do things I will never, ever do in real life. I've gone off about piloting a spaceship in Elite Dangerous, getting to see alien worlds and all that. I can play a sport where I throw a glowing ball of energy at somebody and we have to dodge each other and all this stuff. I can live my imagination with my VR setup, and how someone is going to tell me that that is somehow lesser than going outside and sitting in the sun, I mean, there is this bias on the part of humanity that natural is somehow better. And I'm like, look, it has its benefits. It has its place. I do love being outside, especially if I'm like rollerblading or something. But it is not inherently better than my
Right.
VR rig.
And I
Right.
think you're definitely an authority on this, considering all of your recent health difficulties. Nature is metal,
Oh, it's true.
as the Twitter account name goes. And I mean, if assuming we have one life to live, which I do, who is one person to demonize another for living it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But
And
it's just that assumption, though, that somehow natural is better. You know, I like all those people going out and having natural home births. And I'm like, I have no intention of ever spawning, but if I do,
I'm gonna be
every
in the hospital,
painkiller
thank
you
you.
have, please.
uh-huh.
Yeah, in the subculture I come from, there's a lot of that thinking, natural being better, etc. And it just doesn't live up to its own hype,
Mm-hmm.
especially regarding the natural home births.
Those are
Jeez.
dangerous.
Okay, 5 words for you. I was raised by hippies.
I was raised by fundies.
Oof. I mean, my point is, though, that my parents were part of a food co-op and went to farmers markets and wore things that were woven by hand. And here I am, little Miss Star Wars, who wants everything to be technology.
Kate, I am totally with you there.
My ex and I would have discussions. I dearly love things like the Grand Canyon. I mean, I had the privilege of flying through the Grand Canyon. To look either side, the grandeur, the beauty. It's okay. Yeah. Quit spooging all over the chair, Clarion. And the dark sky. When you look horizon to horizon, nothing but start. Now, she, on the other hand, was bleh. Her concept of the greatest thing in the world was Manhattan.
Oh, absolutely. Your ex and I might make good friends. Because I would so much rather go to Manhattan than that gigantic ditch.
Okay.
What, the Grand Canyon?
Yeah,
You see-
I mean, it's a nice hole in the ground, but if I want to fly through it, I'll use Google Earth VR.
Right, there's that. A lot of people forget that for every beautiful vista you have to pick and choose those from amongst the horrid and savage scenes you see elsewhere.
Oh yeah, I get
Nature
that.
is
I really do.
Nature's a buffet, and not all of it is good
Well,
for us. I mean,
it's-
all of it can be amazing, but it's definitely not all good for us specifically.
there are those who will not agree with me, but I do even consider a predator-prey thing as beautiful. The lion capturing dinner. That is, in its own way, to me, beautiful.
Though I'm sure the gazelle is kind of disagreeing just a smidge.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Although it's
Beauty being in the eye of the beholder.
it is kind of
Well, I get
interesting,
where
though.
Diana's
I guess
coming
it-
from. It's
Right.
not
It depends
where
on what
I-
vantage point the beholder is coming from, I think.
Well, most of the beholders I've encountered were in dungeons.
Uh-huh. With the eye stalks
My mouth
sticking
was
out, ready to kill you.
Now, the other stuff, though, is kind of really interesting. I forget what it was called, but the alligator latching onto a baby
5-year-old.
a baby canoe, and the herd coming to the baby's rescue. That's great too, as far as that goes. Something you definitely don't expect to see. Where
Alligator versus python.
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
See,
the
one-
python will win, but it can't devour. They showed that
It
one
did.
time.
It took 5 hours for that python to devour the alligator.
And
Well-
it exploded.
and then it exploded. Yeah,
I didn't say it didn't explode. I said it devoured it.
Oh, wait a minute. Nerdy Rodent, you were the one that I was talking to about friending me on Elite Dangerous, aren't you? Like, I think you gave me your username, like, Luckin' Suckin' Florkin' Thingin'.
Okay.
Something. I don't remember exactly, because I remember there was a weird little controversy where at first it looked like an obscene word. But I'm pretty sure that was you. And I did accept your friend request.
Oh, I'll have to see about giving you mine, Kate.
Okay.
But that means I have to log in and remember who I am.
Well, if you want to find me, you can find me under Raygun Rebecca.
Okay.
It's a thing. I had an animation a long time ago. Go watch it. It's on my channel. Not now,
Black
though.
Friday
Wait for this show to be
sale.
over.
Yeah, when the show's, I mean, we've only been at it less than an hour and a half. I mean, the night's still young,
Okay.
kids. Although I'm going to have to turn this damn system upside down because my cameras aren't working right. Oh well.
Wow, that is a terrible picture of it, but I can
think
show it
mine's
to
just
people.
Kieran, Kirin.
Mine's Tornado
Yeah.
Pelt.
So there, Raygun Rebecca, that's the thumbnail from the original. I
Mhm.
don't actually have any pictures of Raygun Rebecca on my
That
machine
looks like an
anymore.
old DC comic.
Sorry, it looks like what?
It's reminiscent of an old DC comic or something.
Oh. Okay. Well, regardless, that's where the name comes from. It was an animation I did.
Little one, why are you
That's
trying
a
to
good
eat
thing, by the way.
What is?
Because the DC comic reference in my book is a good thing. Just so you know, in case I know I was a little bit ambiguous with that.
Yeah, I'm still confused.
You know, that's a very common result with talking with me. So you're normal in being in your confusion.
You take that back. I am never normal.
I'm so sorry. You are not normal. I repent.
Yeah, now normal is boring. Do not strive to be normal.
The
Oh,
heresy
and
I utter.
Amiga Nuts, I'm working on a project. If you're subscribed to my channel, you've seen there's actually still a week to go in recruiting people to do voices for my new animation. So surf to my channel. There is a casting call
sounds fun.
video up. If you want to be in my animation, that's how you do it.
Oh, okay.
That might actually be fun.
Yeah, there's like 5 parts, and I haven't cast any of them yet because I said I'd give people 2 weeks. There's 1 week left. I have gotten some really good auditions and some really, really terrible ones. So,
What is an
Okay.
example of each?
Oh yeah.
well, I mean, a lot of times you'll get people whose microphones are just garbage, or they're recording in a room with so much echo that the audio is just plain unusable. Sometimes you get people who just can't act. Like,
Okay, that
seriously.
probably rules me out.
But yeah, I have
My
gotten. In
microphone's
fact, there were
shit.
some people like professional voice actors that I'd never heard of who found my casting call anyway, and have sent
my.
me their audition tapes. So
Oh,
Pretty
nice.
cool.
yeah, what
That would
I
be
would not
good.
give, what I would not give to have Rob Paulson do a voice for me. Oh my gosh, that would be the coolest thing in the world. But unfortunately, I mean, he and I are Facebook friends, but we don't really know each other, and he'd probably want money, and maybe there's some sort of Screen Actors Guild regulation that wouldn't let him do my amateur project anyway. But man, what I wouldn't give to have Rob Paulson do a voice. Oh,
The Golconda, huh? Huh.
okay.
Forgive me if I don't know who Rob Paulson is.
Yakko Warner, Pinky from Pinky
Oh,
and the
him!
Brain, Raphael from the original Ninja Turtles cartoon,
Oh,
and
yeah.
apparently in
Oh,
the
yes.
CGI version he's Donatello. He was the short, dumpy kid in that Jimmy Neutron movie, whatever his name was, I forget.
Carl?
Probably, I don't know.
Carl.
And seriously, and he was a bunch of voices in like G.I. Joe and the Transformers, the ones from the 80s. And Oh man, he is the best voice actor there is, in my never humble opinion.
Well, then I am
Well,
rooting for you.
I'm sorry, but people point to folks like Mel Blanc and people like them, and I'm like, it's really just too easy to like them because they are pioneers and classics, and they've been around forever, and their names everyone knows. But I'm sorry, Rob Paulson is so much more talented.
or do you know about Truth Search?
Oh yeah. He is probably going to be one of the roles for me. He's done a
Really?
voice for me before. He's done a voice for me before. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yay! Oh
That's pretty
my!
cool. Congrats.
Because the commercial he did for Major League Baseball was totally amazing. This was a number of years ago. Um, he's a reasonably middle-aged white guy. By that commercial, you would think that he was a black guy in his 70s. From St.
I don't know the
from St.
commercial.
Louis. It was a St. Louis black accent. It was perfect. And the people who did that commercial passed over actual 70-year-old black guys from St. Louis to take Truth Search.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was
Well, I mean,
beautiful.
that's one thing is actually when I'm casting people for their voices, I actually don't want to see what they really look like.
Okay, then.
I mean,
Oh.
because it could bias you.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yes,
for all
yes.
I know.
Keep
I
my
was
profile
listening
picture
to
down
the
then.
the audition tape of one of the people who she sent me her audition, and I would have sworn that she was like a 20-year-old white girl, and she's got to be at least a 30-year-old black woman.
All right.
But she sounds like your typical sort of teenager in a cartoon show where it's clearly an adult voicing them, but they're supposed to be a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Vampire
mean,
Diaries.
you would never know. You'd never know.
That's great. I love it.
Yeah.
I find it incredibly annoying when people are cast in that sort of a role. I'm trying to get through the last of Vampire Diaries. I know, shoot me. And it's like 30-some-year-olds are playing high school graduates. It's so annoying.
Well,
You remind me of somebody I know.
I mean, seriously, if they can sound the part, go for it. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever watched Ranma One Half, the anime,
No.
because the one
A
of the
couple of
cast
times.
members, Sarah Strange, voices male Ranma, and you'd never know. You'd never know it's a chick doing it.
My only complaint is that typically in shows they don't exactly pull it off because there are tells that they're not, high school graduates. They look in their late 20s.
What? What the hell is Lollipop Chainsaw? Okay, wait a minute. Jess, you lost audio?
Powerpuff Girls.
I never watched that.
Okay.
Well,
Sacrilege! I said.
no, I hated it. I hated it.
We are not coming through to the audience.
Yeah, I was making some changes. Can anybody hear now?
I mean, I can hear you, but I don't count.
Yes, you do.
No. For the purposes of asking whether people can hear you, I don't count.
Okay. Yeah, come on back with us. Oh, okay. Is it better now? I hope it's better. I did the usual cycling. Okay. I don't know what it is, but I did the usual cycling. It's weird the way OBS treats me as far as the audio inputs go. I have to go to a specific audio input and then back to default in order that everybody out there can hear you folks on the panel. I mean, they can always
It appears we're back on.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. I just wish I knew what it was that caused the problems such that I could avoid it consistently. But, I mean, well, this is the first time it happened in the middle of a show. And it's like, why? And then my camera too was giving me a problem. I mean, as far as the system is concerned, it doesn't even exist. So
They made an. Sorry, there's. Never mind. They made a cartoon show out of a book series, and I had no idea they'd done it. Anyway, never mind.
But yeah, it's that was weird. Sorry about that, guys. What
Man,
can
this
I
is
tell
so
ya?
strange. Who am I thinking of if not her?
Yeah, I'm gonna have this system apart, and the parts all over the floor while I pound on it with a hammer and try to get it behaving. It worked yesterday.
In the Navy, we call that mechanical agitation.
Okay, Kate,
Yeah.
my character name in Elite Danger, since we were talking about that earlier, is Kieran. Keirin.
I should write that down unless you've tried to friend me yourself.
Not yet.
Okay, say it again.
Kieran. Keirin.
Yeah,
Uh,
Jess,
wait,
I get you.
Keirin?
Kilo Echo India
Yes.
Romeo India Nevada.
Okay. It was
November.
there were too many eyes in there at
Yeah.
once and I wasn't sure. Okay.
It's November, Mother.
I am so happy I'm not the only one who falls back to NATO. You know what amazes
November Nevada, it's
me? It
it's
depends
an
on the
N-word.
era. Yeah.
yeah.
But what amazes
Nevada
me?
was a long time ago, and then November was recent.
I was gonna say Nevada. What? Maybe Korea.
I think so,
Back when V was Victory.
because it was Victory, Romeo, Sierra, Nevada.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Every time I can't remember which one it is, my brain defaults to necromancer.
There you go. That's perfect. Yeah, because I can
Yeah,
remember
that works.
when B was Baker rather than Bravo. And
Mhm.
what amazes me though is the number of people who understand NATO, even if
Yep.
they can't speak it. I may have told this story already, probably have, but my dead name. Nobody could make sense when it's like, would you spell that, please? And it was always, is that a C or a Z or a V or so okay, well, fine. Zulu Alpha Victor Alpha Romeo Tango Kilo Alpha Yankee. And how many people out there? Oh, thank you.
Okay. But I've had the other experience where for some reason, people keep hearing SAR instead of FAR when I tell them my last name.
Right.
And so I will say to them, Foxtrot Alpha Hotel Romeo, and they will go, F as in Frank? I'm like,
Jesus Christ.
oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
Chip is in Foxtrot.
I mean, there
That's
are
so-
some
Can you
people
say that
out there
string
who
of letters again?
say what?
But I mean, you'd think people could get
That
that.
Zulu Alpha thingy.
The one I did was Zulu Alpha Victor, Alpha Romeo Tango, Kilo Alpha Yankee.
Kate, there's a reason the military requires taking the ASVAB.
Yeah,
Still,
exactly.
but I mean, even so, I mean, I've never been in the military. I've just watched a buttload of movies about it, and that's the only
Uh-huh.
reason I know this stuff. But
Well,
I mean, the fact that other people, when I just say Foxtrot Alpha Hotel Romeo, that they can't get that it has to come at them in F as in Frank.
Yeah.
You know,
There
that's
are,
just bizarre.
Then there are people who would get pissed off at me because, what are you doing all that stuff? Just spell it. And I said, I just did, and you're not hearing it right. You know, it's like,
Yeah, I'm. It's not that I'm not hearing it right. It's just I'm having trouble remembering all the letters. I'm writing it down.
Okay, no.
Oh,
in other
no,
words,
don't worry
when I would spell for them, my name Zavartkay, it would be, wait, was that a Z or a C or a
Zavartky.
V or yeah? My name was Zavartke. I was one of about a dozen people in the country with that name.
Yeah.
But now it's. Let's
Clarion.
see. Charlie,
Okay,
Lima,
this-
Echo, Romeo, India,
No.
Oscar,
No.
November.
No. Charlie, Lima, Alpha,
Alpha.
Romeo, India, Oscar, November.
That's effectively what I said.
No.
I mean, it said Echo, but still.
Yeah.
I was thinking Alpha, but my brain. Or I was thinking Alpha, but I ended up saying Echo.
It's
Sometimes I
amazing
do
how
that.
many.
It doesn't matter.
It's amazing how many people don't get my name on hearing it. I mean, is Clarion that difficult to
No.
spell?
No.
I mean, if it is, great. But
not for me.
so many people don't. Would you spell that? And it's like, well, okay.
Charlie, Lima, Alpha, Romeo, India, Oscar, November.
And especially around here, because of Clarion College, Clarion County, that whole bit, you would think they would know about that stuff.
Mm.
Well, in
Well,
all
that's
fairness,
like-
I mean,
have
I
seen
just
some
know
pretty-
about a Clarion Call.
Uh-huh.
I read a lot of fantasy. Clarion Call comes up a lot.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's like people would my maiden name, they would ask me, is that Schaffer? No, it's Schaefer. Well,
Okay.
it's not spelled like Schaefer. Schaefer spelled Schafaer. Like, no, it's spelled Shaffer.
Okay, I
In all
would see
fairness,
that.
though,
in-
I've seen some variations that you would
Yeah.
think would be counterintuitive, and yet they still happen. So I can
Yeah.
understand why they may want to double check just to be safe.
well, I mean, to be
Winbeck.
to be honest, if I would see that spelled that, I would think Schaffer. Because I'm something of a German speaker, and I
Right.
have that vowel set in my head.
Yep.
Schaffer,
And it
that would be Schaef.
right.
Yeah.
There's multiple spellings for the name Schaefer. These are the Schaefers of Valley View and all that.
Okay.
So they're spread out through the Amish community.
And yeah, that is, by the way, one of the reasons that I changed all my names. When I was originally casting about for a name, I hadn't come out yet. And had I used that surname, it would not have been difficult for it to get back to the so-called
Your
family,
family.
and hell would
Yeah.
have broken loose. And I knew it would, but it did when I finally had to come out. But yeah, and the other reason, I want no association with those pieces of shit anyway. So
Right.
and it's
Be right back.
That's the.
Kellen,
Wait, oh,
do you know where the dog is? Or the cat? Loki. Look around for him. He's not in the living room, or he wasn't earlier.
I am just reminded of a scene from, oh God, what is that film with, about the couple divorcing, Michael Douglas, Sharon
Thank you.
Stone.
Romancing the Stone?
Oh,
No,
no,
about the
no,
divorce.
oh, War of the
Overboard.
Roses. War of the
That's it.
Roses.
Yeah, that just brought the scene to me. When you're seeing "Where's the Cat" or whatever, where she's serving up the dinner, and oh, this the wonderful. What is it? Woof.
Woof.
Well, that just makes me think of the one with the cow and the cat nuzzling each other. It says, "I love you, hamburger. I love you, Kung Pao chicken."
Yeah, the wolf was she cooked his dog.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Oh
goodness.
man, I am
It-
trying to
it was
remember. There
about
was
a-
the
Mhm.
well, ever since we started talking about Tara Strong, there is this actress in my head, and I'm trying to figure out who the hell she is. And I think her name is Tara something, but apparently not Strong.
Tara Hart.
I don't think so.
Terre Haute.
Definitely not.
Because she's
Okay.
hot.
Terra firma. I don't know.
Oh, this is gonna bug me.
Neil! Hi, Neil, sweetie! Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Yay, 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 yay. We got all the sweeties in here. Yes, we do.
Not her. No.
I'm
Well,
not
I'm
sweet.
thinking of going to bed, so you might have one less, sweetie.
Oh, good night, buddy.
And the truth is, I've been hungry for like an hour, so I might go
So,
soon
yeah,
too.
see you, everybody. Good night.
Take care,
Night,
honey.
Kara
Night,
Scranton.
Tony.
Nice talking to you for.
That might be her. That might be her.
It's been nice talking to you again.
Yes, I found her.
You too,
Excellent.
Tony.
It's Tara Reid
Big
from
hugs to
the
you.
American Pie movies. That's who's
Thanks,
been
you
going
too.
through my head.
Night, Karis.
Night.
Night,
Okay.
Yes, Night Tornado. Had to think. I couldn't
Good night,
remember your stage name.
Good night, son.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good
Yeah,
night.
I wasn't
sweetheart.
sure if I was supposed to be saying his actual name in here or not. So
It's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, how many times
You,
has
you,
that happened
you can
already?
call him Zadmar the Destroyer if you need
I
to.
call him Talon all the time, so
I
it's a natural thing.
It still amazes
okay.
me,
Here's a
though.
question for you. Did you
What?
happen to name him after somebody?
No, actually, what it was, the whole situation was his dad was a real big phoenix buff of the bird.
Okay.
And we were into a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. And he had two particular names that he wanted for a girl child. And I'm like, well, these are all like bird names. What do you want to do? Name our son Talon? And he's like, that's a good name.
So is it spelled literally like a Talon?
Yeah, Talon. Talon.
Huh.
I think
Because I mean, what I was actually picturing was Moya's offspring from Farscape,
Mm-hmm.
but that's Talyn. So
Yeah, and that's how a lot of people ask me if that's how it's spelled. And like, no, it's like a bird talon, an eagle talon.
I always think of Talon off of League of Legends.
Yeah.
What comes to my mind, well, the first thing that came to my mind when I first heard his name was the trainer, the T-38.
T-38
Huh?
Talon, yeah. Plane trainer.
It's
Oh.
a training jet.
Yeah.
okay.
So,
And sees a lot of use as personal transportation if you're if you're an astronaut.
mm-hmm. Yeah, my mom absolutely hates his name. She
Yeah, but what she tries to call him instead. Oh God!
she calls him
What
TC.
does she try to call him instead?
His grandma Jap tries to call him Tally.
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
that makes
Tally. Tally.
Okay, so you know what you need to do is you need to get him a hooker and say, "This is Tally's hoe."
Tally ho. Oh
Yay!
God,
There you
yeah.
go.
Very nice.
And his grandma Kozer, which is my mom, will not call him anything other than TC. But
Well, she
Well,
needs
at
to grow
least
up.
that
I mean, she got a
Well,
chance to
no,
name
his
her own kids, and she doesn't need to be naming yours too.
right.
I'm sorry, but
Well,
that's my thoughts on it.
his name is Talon Christopher, so TC is actually a version of his name. So
I get a
but
bit
she-
touchy when people want to go naming kids that are not their own.
Oh, I know. Oh,
Well, then-
well, we've got for my family, it's Tina, Gina, and Charles, and it's like you have twin girls and you name them almost identical. What the fuck is your problem?
It's like when people have twins and they decide to give them, those names that are variants on each other. Either they're like, one letter change, like they're spoonerism type things, or they rhyme or whatever. Yeah. Like
Right.
okay, there were a couple in my old neighborhood had twin boys, named them Max and Louie. And I thought that was a good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because
Better than-
like some people might have said, oh, you're going to be Jack and Mac.
Oh God.
Better than
And it's
Bob
like-
People don't
Benny or-
understand. Yeah, I think people forget the importance of personal identity, personal autonomy, personal just individuality. You
Right.
should not be stuck to another person's identity. You should be
Right.
your own.
Oh, tell
Oh,
me about
woe
it.
betide the person who calls me Katie within my hearing.
Oh God.
Oh, but
Well,
tell me
that's
about
like-
it, Kate.
Oh no, have I done that? I've done that.
No.
Shit, I've done
I
that.
don't think you have.
No, you
Or at least I
Okay.
didn't hear it.
Done
But the
in
name
my-
is
in my
Kate.
earshot.
Okay, I've never heard you as Katie. I've always heard you as Kate. I think I've called you Kate, but now I'm freaking out. Have I called you Katie?
Well, that's like
Because-
But I mean, and also the only person who ever calls me Catherine is my mom when she's pissed. So
well,
but
my
Kara's
my grandma Kozer, which is my mom's mom, whenever she would talk to me and my sister, it was always Tina and Jenna. She always differentiated my sister by calling her Jenna instead of Gina to give
Okay,
us a
okay,
separate
further.
identity.
Yeah, well, you talk about the identity. That's the really. I was a namesake,
Hmm.
and especially considering the person for whom I was named, I wanted nothing to do with that name because that was the male slimy bastard's name as well.
Hmm.
so you were the third then?
Actually, I was a junior.
Okay.
My brother is Charles Walter Winbeck Jr.
Yeah, his father, everybody called him Ed, but his name was Edolf. And the male slimy bastard's middle name was Adolf. And from what I understand, he hated that.
I
who
can't
wouldn't?
imagine why.
Well, I mean,
It sounds a lot like Adolf.
well, yeah. I mean, considering the MSB was a combatant in World War II. Well, he was Pacific
Right.
Theater, but that's another story entirely. But I mean, Adolf is a perfectly respectable name. Really, it is.
But it's been kind of tainted.
Right.
I
A little. I mean,
that-
details.
I can see it. This is the one thing that really makes me stop and think sometimes, and that's dangerous. The way the name can be.
Okay, we don't engage in it frequently.
And then symbols can be tainted as well. And the swastika is a lot older than Nazism, but it's been tainted by.
But also the Nazis mirror imaged it, didn't they?
I believe so. I believe so. But I mean, just try try wearing the Buddhist charm. I think it is, and see how far you get.
Well, I mean, try having the toothbrush mustache.
Oh,
You know,
right,
there are only two famous people in history, and one of them is Adolf Hitler. The other is Charlie Chaplin. Ever had that going on? It makes me wonder sometimes, though, would you still see that toothbrush mustache if Hitler had instead been rocking the chops? You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
like if he had mutton chops, would those be the ones that are verboten? Forgive the word, or did the toothbrush just fall out of favor naturally anyway, or was it entirely Hitler's doing? I don't know.
I don't know
But,
either.
you would have a hard time naming a kid Adolf these days and having it be okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. There have been court cases over that, if I remember correctly.
Have there?
Well, one
Really?
guy named his kid Adolf Hitler, whatever the surname was. Yeah,
Why
that
would
was
you do that?
the family was nuts.
Hmm.
I mean, certifiable. Because they saw nothing.
How to
wrong
make
with,
your child hate you in 10 easy steps. See the video now.
There you go. Yeah, and they thought that the Nazi flag hanging from their porch was, just a decoration. Yeah.
Kind of like those people who fly the Confederate flag and figure it's patriotism.
Yeah, tell me about that one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't even get that. Like any of it, Nazis, Confederates, all of that stuff. It's like, okay, number one, you do remember that's the losing side.
Right.
But number two, you do know that represents like
But we're
as
nationalists.
close as we can get to evil in everything. I mean, even when they're not strictly speaking Nazis, you get the bad guys in a sci-fi film, they're going to have a Nazi vibe just in terms of the clothing and all of that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
No,
hell,
Kate, there are very good people on both sides.
The bad guy aliens in the miniseries V back in the 80s, their symbol, if you really look at it, it looks like
yes.
something sci-fi, but it is totally a swastika if you really look at it.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And well, I mean that whole show was like they tried to be subtle, I think, maybe, but it was a complete hammer blow to the head. By the way, these aliens are space Nazis, just so you know.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, we got that. Clearly, the Holocaust metaphor is very obvious. I don't think anyone can possibly miss it. So,
Well, if I remember correctly, and I hope I've got the right series when I'm thinking about this, but at the end of the first episode, when Grandpa was showing the kid how to do the spray paint, Grandpa was very reminiscent of a Holocaust era Jew, wasn't he?
he totally was. He was a Holocaust era Jew. He
Yes, he
talks
was.
about like his wife
Oh,
being
okay,
led to the
okay.
showers.
Okay.
Like that's literally part of the dialogue.
Yeah, okay. I thought that worked in there somewhere. Yeah.
And he was like, this is just going to be another Jewish I don't remember how he phrased it, but he basically said this is just going to be like another shower.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he didn't actually say that part, but I mean, he did.
You have
He
to
did
say
say.
that.
What did he say? He did say, I remember, like your grandmother or your mother. No, actually, because he was saying it to his son. Saying, I remember your mother standing there naked in the cold. They had cut her hair off, and then they led her to the showers with no water. That's when he mentioned showers.
Yep.
So, yeah, I've watched the series a few too many times.
Okay, Omega Nuts? You think the
I didn't
UK
get to
is
watch the whole
abandoning
thing.
the U.S. on foreign policy? No. Everybody is abandoning the U.S.
Yep. Because of Trump.
Yes.
I tried to have that discussion with one of my friends today, and he's like, oh, no, they're not. They don't hate us because of Trump. Oh, bull fucking shit, they don't.
Well, there is an article going around about how like a lot of people are not factoring in cultural differences when they point at Muslims who are saying death to America. Because here it sure sounds like what they mean is the whole country should be destroyed, razed to the ground. But apparently, in their culture, what they really mean is like to the leaders and not even literal death. It's more like if we said down with rather than death to, is the way they mean it. And like it was just this whole article about how we're taking what they're saying wrong.
Too literally.
Well, wait a
And,
minute.
Or
and
just
using
not
it and
translating
using
it
it to
correctly?
fuel. No, it's not that it's not translating correctly. It's cultural. Like if I'm sure there's a country somewhere where if we say fuck you to them, it's literally like, oh my gosh, you want to have sex with me in some evil, horrible way. Like it crosses some cultural boundary and means something to them that it never would to us. You know?
No, the UK, Amiga, has not been with the US since Trump insulted the Queen
Right.
in like 2017, where he talked over her, he walked in front of her, he did not bow to her. He had multiple offenses while visiting the Queen, and that is why Trump has not been invited back to England. And the Queen said she would have nothing to do with the US as long as Trump was president.
I mean,
That
what
man has done
scares
so
me
much
here-
damage.
What scares me is, okay, there are a lot of people that are having nothing to do with the U.S., and it's not. What scares me is it's not going to be as long as Trump is president. It's going to be forever, until we see some change that makes us think that we can talk to the U.S. again. But considering the populace, that's not going to happen for a hell of a long time.
Probably not. Anyway, I gotta go. I have a very insistent and hungry cat, so I will catch you later.
Bye, Kate.
Thanks for
Great
coming
Have
by,
fun.
Kate.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Laters.
I'll friend you in Elite Dangerous later.
Nerdy, can you not hear me? I would think that you would consider that a good thing.
In case you can't hear Diana, she's saying, Nerdy, can you not hear me?
Okay, then.
I don't know. I haven't. The chat is not updating for me yet.
This thing is giving me all kinds of shit.
I mean, I hear you just fine.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I mean, things
Not worried,
are
Amiga.
changing so quickly, Amiga. I'm substantial. Okay, thank you, Dave. I think I know what may have happened there. I will have a look.
Normally, I'm so much quieter than everybody.
I'm thinking she may have been compensating for that. I'm not sure.
Okay, is this any better? When I get loud, or I'm laughing loudly or something like that, this system has an AGC, and it lowers my gain for me, and drives me nuts. I'm trying to find a way to override that.
RJ's does that.
Okay, what does he run Ubuntu as well?
YouTube.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
He still does. I haven't been over there in a while. I need
Yeah.
to.
You
I
gotta
should
go
talk
over
to,
there. Yeah,
Jackson.
honey.
I just know that Karis was always one of the people going, Mom NATO, get your own mic. So am I louder now, Karis?
You're more clear, yes.
Well, clear,
Um,
yes.
Clarius?
Often, yes.
They'd often have to
Clear,
ask me to repeat what I was saying because, of course, half the time I'm trying to talk, Tornado's talking over me.
Yeah, I understand that there was a bit of a discussion about that.
Yes.
Yeah, because
It
I do
was-
notice a big improvement.
Well, it will last for probably a couple of weeks, and then I'll have to go, hey, remember what Jesse asked?
Yeah.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
had this
blame her.
conversation with Talon also.
Yeah, well,
He's been very soundly chastised by me.
he just got chastised again because he was getting too loud on movie night, and And we went up to an F. I'm not the loudest. Oh my god. I've actually got my mic gain down to 30 something so that I don't pick up everybody else while they talk.
30 out of 10, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my,
But
but
no,
yeah.
Jace, Cy Strikling was worried that because how loud he gets sometimes when he gets frustrated with something, that he was going to drive people off because he was so loud. So J, JC asked me to talk to him, so I did, and I just like,
Mhm.
she's not saying that she doesn't want you there. She really does want you there, but baby, sweetie, you've got to tone down because you're so loud and you talk over people so much. So you've got to be a little more patient.
Yeah, I've had I've
And
He's
had
a
that
that
was
fear as well, and happily
he's a
things
very
are.
enthusiastic little fellow.
Yes, he
I
is,
say
yes, he
little
is.
loosely. I
and
understand
Yeah,
he's quite tall, but
yeah.
uh,
He is 5'11",
he is.
but 130 pounds. So he's skinny as a beanpole. And I'm
That's the
all of
darn thing.
5'3".
Let me think about this now. The last time I weighed 130
Okay.
pounds for any length of time was when I was, oh, for fuck's
Yeah.
sake,
I
um, I might have been 12 or younger.
I was 12 and it lasted for about 3 weeks because I hit puberty. And then I went up to 165 in a period of 3 months. Of course, I
Man,
went from flat-chested little beanpole to a 38 double D, so that
that'll
would
help.
probably
That'll
account
help.
for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
15,
our chest
15 pounds
size will
each.
put on a little bit on the
Yeah.
scales. Not
Yes.
that I'm complaining.
Oh, trust me, if I could get donate some of my chest, I would. I After having tornado, I went to a 40I.
I went
That's the
to a double
amazing.
D, but since I'm not nursing, of
Mhm.
course now, I'm no longer that. I just realized I'm getting close to being very specific,
Yes.
so I shall not do that.
Well, I'm going on 49 years old. I'm not too worried about being specific. I don't
Oh,
date anymore anyway, so
I'm
What?
I'm a I'm a rather you know, knowing my age 35.
mhm. Well, I'll be 49 in 2 months. So,
That's pretty cool.
I
Level
remember
49.
49.
yeah. Well, at least it's not level 69.
What amazes me though is what frustrates the shit out of me. Really, I know a large number of cross dressers and even some trans girls who insist that they want the the 40i or the 40j,
Uh-huh.
uh, and I said, no, you don't want that, and they just laugh at
No.
me. Um, and
They
they
don't
actually laugh.
realize. Well,
Yeah.
see, and that's one thing I think for all transgender uh, women who are or men who are turning to women need to do and have as part of their transgender operation decision whatever is like before they're ready for gender reassignment. I think they should have to wear a weighted bra
I'm with you.
that
I'm with you.
uh, is weighted to the chest size they want, and they should have to wear it 24/7 for like 4 months.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then they would realize that, big tracts of land are not fun to have.
I
Huge tracts of land.
I'm gonna get myself into a lot of trouble for this, but fuck, I'm ready for it.
Uh-huh.
I,
Do it.
yeah, I sincerely wonder what some of these folks are thinking. I'm wondering if autogynephilia isn't a real thing.
What?
Okay.
Autogynephilia.
Yeah.
I haven't
I'm
heard
try-
that term
I'm
before.
trying to think of who the heck invented that one. I think it was the guy who closed
Hello, Purple.
the gender stuff going on with Johns
Hmm.
Hopkins. This autogynephilia is what he was calling the person's the person having the being in love with the idea of being a woman.
Hmm.
It's not a matter of identity. It's a fetish.
Okay.
And I sometimes wonder if it's in some case, some people don't actually do that. For example, this Jessica Yaniv. I wonder
Okay.
about these people
Okay.
going laughing about the big tracts of land. I wonder about
Hmm.
them. Um,
Well, I think that a lot of it is most of them do not realize that with that chest size, there comes back and shoulder issues. I used to get told in school, stand up straight, sit up straight. Your posture is terrible. You're never going to get anywhere with your posture that way.
And
You're
then
going
when
to
you
fall
do, they
asleep.
poke fun at your boobs.
Right, that too. But with my chest size, I cannot hold my shoulders back. I cannot sit up straight because of the weight. The counterbalances it and it pulls my shoulders forward.
yeah.
And my shoulders are permanently rounded. I have permanent divots in my shoulder blades from my bra straps.
Yeah, and you know
And
you've got the
I
big tits when that happens.
and I have to wear an underwire. I cannot wear a soft bra because there's no support in it.
And
And
oh my
and
God, the just having to wear an underwire, that's got to be torture.
oh, it is. And the underwires poke at your underarms. They
Yep.
they you get in the summertime if you do a lot of sweating, they can rub a rash.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm only a C. God.
Yeah. Um, I cannot, in the summertime, I have to wear a bra just about 24/7 because if I don't, I can get a bacterial infection because of the skin rubbing against skin and causing sweat.
Mm-hmm.
And they men who are fascinated with women with big jugs, as another terminology, do not understand the torture a woman goes through when they are that large.
Yes, you're right on point with that. Purple, if
I
you.
have to go.
Oh, well, bye, Karis.
Oh,
See you
I'm
later.
I'm
Nice
sorry. I know
talking
the
to you
timing
again.
is bad. But
if I did
stuff
something
is coming over
bad,
here.
please.
No,
No,
absolutely
she
not.
said that her time is limited earlier, so.
Okay then.
No, it's circumstantial. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. In fact, I'm the one who made an idiot of myself with Kate, just being me being kind of irrelevant. So for that, I do
You were
apologize.
fine, sweetheart.
What do you mean?
Perfectly
You are
fine.
too kind.
Oh no, we talk. Our conversations never go any specific way. Go from one field to the other, to the next, to the horse and the cart and the pony and everything else. So we are completely random most of the time.
If we stay on topic a minute and a half, we're real lucky,
Yeah, really. Yeah, the
Ding
the
dong,
10 hour
Avon
after
calling.
show.
Oh man.
All right. Well, I do. Oh, we've got a purpley orange in here.
Yes, we
Hello, purpley
do.
orange. And
Hi, sweetness.
Hello.
Hello,
Yay.
Purple.
you come, I leave. 'Tis the
Yeah,
way of
I would have been
things.
here earlier, but I was tied up with the shills.
Ah, I'm about to go be tied up with other. That came out wrong. Whatever. You know what? Think of that. Well,
Not a word out of me, okay?
Do stop by more often when you get the chance, Karis. It's wonderful to see you again.
thank you, and thank you for having me on, Diana.
Oh, it is indeed my pleasure. I dearly
It
love
is so
you.
good to hear your voice again, and I mean that in so many ways.
I'm sorry.
We've
Oh, Mom.
missed you
I missed that
terribly.
purple. I'm sorry. Oh,
I said it's so
well,
good to hear your voice again, and I mean that in so many ways.
well, thank you.
Next time you come on, bring a couple cereal boxes, would you?
I've got Poe right here.
Woohoo!
All right.
All right.
Well, I'm off to go do stuff. I have a deadline set for a painting I'm doing, and I've got to bust my butt to get it done. I'm afraid. I did put stuff down to join here.
Well, we
Oh,
were
well,
glad to
thank
have
you.
you.
Thank you. We're honored for that.
So it was great seeing all of you, everyone in side chat. Good night and bye for now.
Okay, then. Take care, sweetness.
Later, sweetie.
Bye bye.
Oh, man, that's
It
so
was so good to
wonderful.
hear from her.
Yes.
Yay! Now on Friday, when everybody asks, "Haven't anybody heard from Karis?" we can go, "Yes, we heard from Karis."
Oh, boy, Shamoy. You been doing purple sweetness?
Actually better than usual.
Oh, okay then. Oh, my.
I also seem to be in
Jess.
demand lately.
Oh, that's a good thing, right?
So, yeah,
Mm.
well, through the end of the month, I've got at least one interview every week.
Oh goodness,
Nice.
I've never interviewed, but then I
Yeah.
never offer.
Well, I just got off with the Shills, and Math Pig wants me on next week, and then David Worley's going to have me on at the end of the month.
Oh, David's a sweetie.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to schedule something with him since September. We just finally found a date that worked.
Okay.
Oh goodness, I gotta stop yawning.
Are you going night night?
No, actually, what it is I was doing dishes, so I have not had any soda because all of my glasses were in the dishwasher.
Oops.
So I'm suffering caffeine withdrawal.
Yeah.
Oh, serious caffeine withdrawal.
Yeah, I know that. Nothing.
Yeah, if your body's used to it and you don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now that I'm back on the caffeine, yeah, I get that whole thing. I'll get that whole headache going, and
Oh, it's not a headache for me. It's just tired. Oh, goodness.
Oh, Diana, are you back to regular coffee?
oh, excuse me. Yeah, I've been for a while.
It's contagious.
I'll admit that some of it was cost, because the decaf is about twice the price of the regular coffee. And,
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can get a container of normal coffee for about $5. The decaf is closer to 10 for the same size.
Oh, good
Yeah.
God.
Well, I used to have a Pepsi addiction, and I know that when my fiance was getting me off of that, yeah, I did have a lot of the migraines from the lack of caffeine.
Well, I had that when I was pregnant with Tornado. The doctor he told me I couldn't have any caffeine because I was pregnant, and I tried it for about 3 days, and then I called the doctor's office to say I was getting severe migraines, and they said that's actually worse for you during the pregnancy than the caffeine is. So go back to drinking a caffeinated soda, but keep it to one a day. Ah, they had no idea what they were asking.
Well, no, it's easy. Really, it is. One soda a day. If the
Uh-huh.
soda container is 5 gallons.
Well, I'm not that bad. Generally, I can make a 2 liter of soda last 2.5 days.
Okay. Okay.
But then again, I get a 16-ounce glass and I fill it almost completely full with ice and nurse the soda for all it's worth.
Yeah, because I know I drink at least 1.5 gallons of coffee a day.
Oh, good God, that would
Well,
have me in stitches.
my coffee maker is a 35 cup.
Yeah. Well, Diana, you
Oh,
said that, and I think of the
30,
1919 root beer because
35
they,
cups?
Mm-hmm.
What is it, a gallon coffee maker?
Pretty close.
Good God.
Um,
I
I always thought it was like one of those pots that they, put out when you.
a carafe. Yeah.
it is one. It is one of those models that is out on the table for coffee and donuts after Sunday service.
Yeah,
Oh
that's what I
my.
thought you were talking
It
about.
is one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, good God. Where you use like 5 scoops of coffee
6.
or more. 6. I was close. I was close.
Yeah, when you were saying 30 to 40 cups a day, I figured you had to have something like that going.
Yeah.
But that lasts the entire day, right?
Almost. There
Almost. Oh
are
God.
times I do have to make another pot at the end of near the end of
Ugh.
the day. It
Uh-huh.
depends on what I'm doing. If I'm working hard on something and then you might as well run it into me with an IV. Um, right. That's the way I used to smoke, man. Especially
Chain smoker, yeah.
when I was writing Counterpoint, just one after another, or when I was coding, one after another. Um, and what amazes the shit out of me is that I've stayed off of tobacco for 1.5 years.
That's
I'm
good.
I'm not saying that I don't have cravings,
Oh, I'm sure you do.
but
You'll always have those cravings.
I've been away from this stuff for like I say, it's 17 months now,
Mm-hmm.
and
That's good.
Yeah, I've been off it for over 10 years now. And, I hardly have any caffeine at all at this point.
okay,
Oh,
yeah, because
goodness.
what amazes me about being the smoking thing is I've been off a 1.5 years after having smoked for 49 years.
Yeah. The
Uh,
bitch of it is, even though I have no caffeine, I still don't sleep.
bleh. That's icky.
Yeah. It
Not
does
good
make
for
it
you.
useful, though, because now, if I really need to, like if I'm getting sleepy when I'm driving, I take a couple of these caffeine pills, and yeah, that'll keep me going for 2 or 3 hours.
Mm.
I don't
But
even
I
want to
found
think
out
about
that each one of these pills is equal to like a 6-pack of Coke.
Oh, good God. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until I was talking about with my nephew, and I started reading the labels to see how many milligrams were actually in there.
What is it? One of
Uh-huh.
those the size of an aspirin tablet, 300
Yeah,
some odd milligrams.
200 milligrams of caffeine in each tablet.
Okay, that's
That could give you a heart attack if you're not careful.
Well, like I said, I don't use it very often.
Ugh.
I don't bother with it because it doesn't do shit for me. I'm already overloaded on caffeine, and it doesn't even suppress the appetite. For Christ's sake,
Well, and it didn't used to affect me at all before. It's really only something like in the last 3 or 4 years that I've had any noticeable effect from it.
okay. Yeah, because I wish something would suppress the appetite because I have 55 pounds to go, man.
Mm. I have a doctor's appointment on the 17th. Get to find out if I've lost any more weight and find out what all the results were from the 8 vials of blood that were drawn on the like 2 weeks ago.
Blech.
And my bruise has finally gone away.
Oh my. And you remind me
Yeah.
I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Ugh. Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment on the 17th at 10 a.m. It's like I've gone to the doctor more in the last 2 months than I have in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
But she said most of the vials that she had drawn to have the results done were for hormones because I'm getting to that age
Hmm.
where they have to start checking once a year to see what my hormone levels are to find out if I'm going into menopause. And it's like, God, I wish.
Oh man, I tell you, years and years and years ago, the mother of one of my girlfriends didn't go through menopause until she was 55,
Uh huh.
and she was always there. I'm wishing. Come on, get here.
Yeah. Well, my mom went through menopause in her early 30s
uh,
because she had ovarian cysts
yeah,
and it swallowed one of her ovaries. You went quiet again, by the way,
I
from
went.
laughing.
Yeah,
Your
okay.
voice level dropped.
I was just looking at that. Yeah,
Yeah.
is that any
But
better?
anyway, uh, yeah, I think so. She had to have one of her ovaries removed because of the cyst swallowed the ovary up. And they couldn't get rid of the cyst without removing the ovary. So
Huh.
it sent her into early menopause. And
Yeah,
she went loopier than a fruitcake.
my fiance had to have a full hysterectomy because of growths,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
yeah, same thing. It sent her into menopause when she was 42.
And my mom's, I mean, as you age, your body slowly changes, and it's less stressful to go through menopause in your 50s than it is early because your body is still generating the appropriate hormones for your age.
Mm-hmm.
And it sent her from being a normal person into full blown menopause in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. And it about drove her crazy.
More beef.
And then there's Kitty over here.
With the tail.
Who
It's a
has
tail.
who has not gone through kitty menopause?
You need to
Yeah,
put her through kitty menopause.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So
Handsome Kitty has me pinned down because he thinks my knee is a pillow.
But you Kitty.
my kits are mad at me. Seriously mad at me. They absolutely hate their cat food right now. And they're going to hate it even more by the end of the month because I'm not buying any more until the end of the month.
Oh my. This one is pretty good with the
Mhm.
nourishment she's got.
Well, I tried a the store brand cat food because I was short on cash because I had to pay an extra oh god, 30 something dollars to renew my homeowner's insurance that I normally don't have to pay.
Yep.
So it cut into the funds to buy the cat food.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried the store's generic brand, the Whiskers and Tails, and they absolutely loathe it with a passion.
Yeah, the
So
store brands tend to have a lot more fillers, and some of the stuff they
yeah,
put in is pretty nasty.
yeah,
I
and I
highly
understand.
recommend the Iams. It seems more
I can't
expensive.
afford it.
Well,
I
it seems more expensive, but I have found that all the cats I put it on wind up eating a lot less, sometimes only half as much. So
right,
the bag
but
lasts a lot longer.
This
but
one over
it's
here will attest to that. When we went
well,
to
but
Squall Mart in July,
mhm.
we got what was it? Is it a
It's
16?
like a 16 or 17 pound bag,
That
Mhm.
lasted 6 months.
For how much?
about $25.
Okay, that's way too much money for me.
Well, like I say,
That's half the budget for
yeah.
cat food, kitty litter, and dog food.
Well, like I say, I find that at last they eat about half as much.
Hmm.
And also because it doesn't have all the fillers, they are not
Right.
leaving as much in the litter box. So
Mm-hmm.
actually, I use a lot less cat litter as well.
Hmm. Well, they're not picky eaters, so this is actually unusual for them. Generally, I can buy the mid-range, the cat food that's like $13 or $14
Mhm.
for a 13-pound bag, and they're generally good with that. But
Yeah.
I had to go with what I could afford this month, and
Oh
I
yeah,
know
no,
that feeling.
yeah,
yeah, I understand the budget and all, but
yeah. Generally, they
I
go
think in the long run
through.
it does pay off.
Yeah, but
You
they
know,
generally
what I have
go
to
through
try to
a
take.
13-pound bag every 2 months, so they're not huge eaters.
Wow. Well, you said they. Yeah, so that does
Yeah,
make a
two
difference.
cats. Yeah, two cats, and they go
Mhm.
through. It takes them 2 months to do a 13-pound bag of food.
It's like I think I said before, this one over here, that 16
Hmm.
pound bag, 6 months.
Right, so it would equate out if I only had one.
I was
About.
getting worried there that it might be
Well,
getting stale. By the
Yeah.
time
yeah,
it's coming
I
down to
get
the
the
end here.
16-pound bag, and I split that between mine and Sloth Girls, and her cat is huge. She's like 18 pounds,
Oh, good God. It's Maine Coon, right?
partially, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, between the two of them, that 16-pound bag lasts about 4 months.
Hmm. I can't afford a 25-pound or $25 bag of cat food.
Yeah.
That's way too much.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing. Well, what the whole thing is doing to my dinner, because
Hmm.
get hit with so many of the co-payments and everything else. But there is a good
Yeah.
side to it.
Oh.
I'm down to 215.
I got weighed. I was 217. I was so happy.
And I plan to unload on the doctor in case she decides to yell at me because, well, the
Uh
last
huh.
time I was seen, she's going on with me, you're losing way too fast. And it's like, yeah, well, bring my costs under control and we'll see what happens here. Um,
Hmm.
they can all
Well,
go
that's.
screw themselves.
Yeah.
Uh.
And just wait. I can't wait when I will say because everybody's gonna need to know who's talking to whom, and it's like I will not be seeing the nephrologist
Hmm.
again because I can't afford the nephrologist. I will not
Right.
be seeing the hematologist because I can't afford it. No, it's not a suggestion. I I'm not asking permission. It is a statement of fact. Thank you very
I
much.
can't afford it. Right.
Yeah.
Because this is what I would try to tell the what's his name, the nephrologist. Always giving me a
Hmm.
hard time. He's wanting $40 a crack, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
and now you got
It
him, and then you've
sucks.
got the hematologist wanting $40 a crack, and I don't know if it's going to change or not because I don't trust anybody. Even
Hmm.
Yeah.
the nurse practitioner was $40 a crack. I
Hmm.
in the last month and a few days I paid what $120 for
Mm.
co-payments. It's like screw you guys.
Yeah. It sucks that we have a healthcare system that people don't get to see doctors when they need to just because of
Yeah.
the damn co-pays.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah.
That just should
I
not be a thing that happens to anyone.
I'm paying $21 a month, 21.75 for my doctor for my medical, and I don't have a copay for PCPs. My specialists are $10 a month, and my ER slash X-rays are 25% copay.
Yeah.
So that's not bad. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I don't have a copay when I go to my regular clinic.
Hmm.
If they have to refer me to a specialist, it seems entirely random.
Right.
Well, okay now. If the X-rays and stuff are 25% copay, that's into the hundreds, right?
No, 25% coinsurance. Sorry. That basically means they'll bill me 25% of whatever it costs on the insurance.
So that's into the hundreds.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Could be, depending upon what the x-rays cost. Yeah.
Yeah, Mega Nuts is saying this insert bad word here has to stop. Medicare for
Yeah.
all. And I do feel that expanding Medicaid for all is probably the most practical way for us to get from where
Right.
we are to where we should be.
Right.
Well, the
Well,
problem
that's, they
with that-
say, yeah, I don't qualify for Medicaid because Tornado is no longer a child.
Yeah.
And
Well, and
in
that's
all
wrong.
honesty, I think anybody who is on food stamps or has an income that is below $1,000 a month should be allowed to be on Medicaid.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you cannot afford the doctors, and now they're telling you you have to have health insurance or you're going to get taxed more for it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, not working here,
well,
living
that whole
on
thing-
SSI, so I can't
Yep.
file taxes because I have no taxable income.
Yeah, and that's what I would see is that Medicaid should be expanded. Like you say, anyone with less than like $1,000 a month should get it free.
that,
And going up from there, it should be like a sliding scale based on income. That anyone could get onto Medicaid, but maybe have a small copayment.
that $1,000 number's too low.
Well,
Well,
that was
no,
just an
but
example.
I mean that's just kind of a start, and we could work from there. But yeah, I mean, people can't really live on $1,000 a month.
Right. I
Uh,
barely pay all our normal bills on 780.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, but that pays everything. So
I don't see how you've got any money for food at all.
I get $236 in food stamps every month.
That helps,
That
but if that's
helps.
for
It
two of
does.
you, that's really not
That's-
very good.
It's not, and it is for two of us. And it means that I have to be picky and choosy about what I get. There's no room for candy. There's no room for
Pizza rolls.
chips.
Yeah.
No, I make room for the pizza rolls. But
Yeah,
I
but that-
generally buy everything generic, or
Yeah.
if it's a buy one get one, or buy 4 for $5, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's well,
I know what you mean. At one point I was trying to support three of us on about $600 a month.
Oh God.
Yeah, and well, that was back in the 90s, so
Mhm.
inflation
further.
adjustment. But yeah,
And things like necessities here, milk is going up to almost $5 a gallon.
yeah, that gets into a whole nother broken system.
Yeah.
The dairy
Um,
subsidies are based on how far you
okay.
are from Eau Claire, Wisconsin,
Black
which
label
does not make
bacon.
any sense since there are several states that produce more dairy now than Wisconsin does.
Well, black label bacon in Missouri is maybe $5 a pound. Here, it's $10 a pound.
Oh,
Yeah, bacon. Yeah, I went. Not kidding you. On the 9th, I went to the grocery store and black label, regular cut, nothing fancy bacon was $9.99 for a package of bacon.
yeah, here it's normally 6 to 7, but sometimes it goes on sale for around 5.
Yeah. And that's it's ridiculous. Hamburger is $5 a pound for ground beef.
Yeah. Now, see, where we're living, it's like potatoes and meat are reasonably cheap, but any kind of fresh produce is outrageous.
Hmm.
You know, I can get ground beef and chicken breast, for $2 to $3 a pound,
Yeah.
but like a head of broccoli is $4 a pound.
Oh my God. Wow. And you
Yeah.
live where?
Well, in Upper Michigan, the problem is that we don't have a railroad even. Everything has to be brought in by truck.
Mm-hmm.
So not only is the produce ridiculously expensive, but
It's not
it's
good
also spent
condition.
an extra 2 days in transit. So by the time it gets here, it looks like crap.
Yeah, you guys need like a train.
Yeah, well, in the 80s, they literally removed the rails.
Well, that was stupid of them.
Yeah. But, well, even at that point, it's like a train hadn't been up here for like 15 years since the last
my
of the
God.
mines closed. The train
Oh my
stopped
God.
coming.
That's ridiculous. What time is it? Goodness.
It's
9:30.
howdy doody time.
Yeah, it is definitely howdy doody time.
I
I'm going to
have-
head off.
Yeah, I have 2141 or 2142
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, it's late. I'm gonna. Oh, it's Tuesday too. I am missing my Curse of Oak Island. Oh shit! I have to go watch my show. I'm gonna have to catch up on what I
Okay.
missed.
Call me back,
See you
Agnes.
later.
My stories are coming on.
Yeah. Well, no, I watch The Curse of Oak Island, and I've been watching this show for several years, and the new season has come out, and they're supposedly, possibly going to find the treasure vault. So, and it's not a reality show. It is an actual treasure hunt show that is taking place in Nova Scotia. So, and it's been going on for like 8 years. They've been looking for this treasure. So,
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm reminded of when Geraldo did the thing about Al Capone's secret vault.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
No, this is based off of the Knights Templar coming to the US and Nova Scotia and Canada, and what treasures did they take with them? Possible pirate treasure, it's a well documented show. It's not
The Knights
reality.
Templar in the U.S.
As soon as anybody says
No,
Knights
Nova Scotia.
Templar,
Yeah.
my skeptic flag goes up.
Yeah, no, this is Nova Scotia off of
Well, in North America.
Yeah. Yeah. No, not it North America as in the North American continent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not
Yep.
not the US soil.
Yeah.
So,
But still,
yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of them ever coming across the ocean.
Yes, they did. They came to Nova Scotia and landed. There are a number of French citizens and stuff that were in Canada that are related to the Knights Templar and have left documented literary
Really?
books, and yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask Lisa for Truth to do an episode on that.
Yeah,
Here, let
definitely.
me.
That's right up her alley. This is a bit of history I did not know anything about.
Because I thought the pre-Columbian expeditions were all Viking.
They have documented one of the things they found as a Knights Templar cross that came from they said the 1300s. And they found it on the beach.
Hey, Math Big. Hi.
Honey, what are you doing?
Okay, here you go.
Why are you doing
This is the TorontoSun.com, which is a newspaper. This is based in an article on March 14th of 2012. According to this, something extremely valuable was smuggled out of France by the Templars after their order was suppressed by Philip IV in 1307 and made its way first to Scotland and then with Henry Sinclair and the descendants of the Templars to Nova Scotia in 1398. Yep. And it is rumored that Sinclair left Europe with the remnants of the Knights Templar carrying the Holy Grail and places his arrival in Nova Scotia at 1398, where he eventually made his way across the province to found the New Ross site as a refuge for the Templars and their treasure. And it even says here, oakislandtreasure.co.uk research documents, theories, the Knights. The Knights Templar have been linked to the mystery of Oak Island by many, the landmass of Nova Scotia or New Scotland, with the figure of a crowned knight. So yes, there are a number of articles about it.
Okay. I just
Henry
tweeted
Sinclair,
Lisa-
is the Earl of Orkney. So,
I just tweeted to Lisa for Truth about doing an episode on it. That sounds really interesting.
you can look up Oak Island, Nova Scotia, and you'll find all sorts of. It's on the A&E channel on the cable.
Okay.
You can also stream it, I believe. So, but I've been following it because it's something that I started watching when I got cable for the first time when we moved here to Florida, because it was actually on late night reruns of it, and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. And I started watching it and been hooked ever since for the last 2 years now. So,
Yeah, like I said, some history I'd never heard about before. I'll have to look into it.
yeah. So at least it's verifiable, because there's all sorts of websites like St. Mary's University that link it, the Knights Templar in Nova Scotia in the 1300s and 1400s. So it's not just like one place says it, it's multiple places.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing that, are there papers by multiple reputable sources?
Yeah, and these are not .wiki pages. None of this is a wiki page. So, all sorts of news websites, thevintagenews.com, the TemplarKnight.com, which is the Nova Scotia Archives. So this is an archive site. Even has it listed.
Yeah, I'm surprised I hadn't heard of that, because I have somewhat into archaeology.
Let me
Not a real lot.
see.
Mostly it's a bleed over from the paleontology, but
Let me see. Let me get you this link. See if I can.
I missed when John Rice Davies did his archaeology series. That was really good.
Yes.
Okay, here, I'll link it in the chat since that is still open. Text chat, if I can get it to do it. There you go. That's one of the pages.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Naprozhnia.
Just have to save that link for later.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, you all have a good night.
You too.
Okay.
Always, as always, Diana, love being here and chatting with you.
Well, thanks for coming. Sincerely.
Oh,
And,
oh, you're welcome, sweetheart. Anytime. As I said, you know my point of view on talking to you.
I don't
So,
know.
I'm just crazy, you know that.
Well, I know,
I,
and
Gonna give you that.
I raised tornado. I am severely crazy.
you're always welcome. Come in the chats on my channel too.
I actually do not have a link to your channel, Purple.
Oh,
So I'll have to look you up.
um, are we following each other on Twitter?
No, I'm not on Twitter. I do not
Okay.
like Twitter.
Well, I don't like it either. Basically, I just have a couple of private groups for trading the chat
Right.
links.
Is
That's about
Tornado
all
in
I
your
use it for.
channels? Is Tornado following you?
Who?
I don't know if he is or not.
Okay, well, but if he, I'll find you. I can look you up on the internet. I'm sure Purple Rhymes with Orange is not hard to look up.
Well, that was one of the things I tried for in picking the name. I wanted
Mhm.
something that was memorable and people could spell, but
Right.
it was
Well,
really hard to
everybody.
find something that fit that criteria that wasn't already taken.
Well, people always ask me if when I use the name Kirin, if I mean the Dungeons and Dragons animal. So,
Yeah.
because it's spelled the same way, Kirin. So, but that has been my username on multiple games through many, many, many multiple decades. So, all right, I'm out of here. Have
Okay,
a
we'll
good
see you
night.
later.
Hugs, Diana.
You take
Later.
care, sweetness.
Yeah, you too, sweet pea.
Yay.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, it's you and me, babe.
Oh,
Yeah, we're as Agatha Christie
yeah,
would have said.
I hadn't
it's-
noticed that. Spooky was just pointing out that you're over 500 subs.
Yeah, I made it to 505, and I think I've lost a few in the interim, but I'm
Yeah,
still.
you're at 502 right now, is what
Okay.
Spooky was saying.
And I thank every one of you, really and truly. Now all we have to do is get the other 500 out of the way by the end of the year, and then
Oh, you can do that.
hold the breath, say a prayer, and take the plunge. And no, I'll never be able to support myself on income from this stuff, but it's too bad, really.
Yeah, well, it is really hard for anyone to make it on this.
Oh yeah, if you come here
And unfortunately, the platform's getting worse about it.
Yeah. No, if you come here expecting to make a living at it, you're coming for the wrong
Yeah.
reason. Definitely.
Well, and the other thing that I've seen, unfortunately, is that, the people who do get big enough that they can start seeing that, then quite often it becomes a job and they lose the reason they got into it for.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of them, the tone of their channel changes when they have to do it every day.
Yeah. I'm amazed that Kate keeps it going, although she has said from time to time she wonders why she still does it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know she's had a couple of times that she's, seemed kind of depressed about it. And I can understand that. She's been making the same arguments for 10 years, and you're still getting idiots asking the exact same questions.
Mm-hmm. And then she's demonetized constantly, and
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Well,
and
and,
it's like,
she gets it from multiple directions
oh,
with
yeah.
the, atheist and lesbian are both being cut down.
Mm-hmm. But what it is to doing to making on that?
Yeah.
What am I talking about? I have no freaking idea. Oh man. Okay.
I am being glared at out of a tiny slit of his eyes because he knows I'm thinking about getting up. It's like, no, you're not going to move me.
Oh boy.
But I do need to get up and just take a couple of minutes here because, yeah, I saw you were still online when I'd finished with the shills, so I popped right in. So
Yeah.
if you would just give me about 3 minutes, I'll be back.
Okay then. So you guys get to put up with little old me here, and yeah, we're getting there. It's amazing though. It's only about 2 hours that I've been on. That's unusual. So, usually, it goes a very, very long time, and oh well, what are you gonna do? Well, it may be good if it does go a little short here, because like I said before, the equipment is giving me headaches, and when this is done, I'm probably going to be here all freaking night trying to figure out why this is misbehaving, and I have to make sure though that I get the time, because I do need to be at that doctor's appointment tomorrow. I think it's at 11 or so, but I have to make sure. Holy shit, Math Pig, I'm at 506. Where'd those other 4 come from? Holy hell. I don't know, you guys are easy to please or something, right? Oh my. Now wait a minute. What's going on here? How many of you are there, Math Pig? So I'm assuming that's yeah, what are you doing? I don't know here. How many Math Pig, are your sock puppets subscribing to me? Yeah. You horrible person. Oh man, all we need is another 495 of your sock puppets, then we'll be all set. Oh my, but what do we have over here? Yeah, there's the little one being the little one. Yeah, I know you. Where is the kitty? There's the kitty. Too bad nobody can see you. Oh, that's what happens when the cameras are a problem. Yeah. I know. Because Math Pig is many, yes. Oh my, you is that kiddiness. Yes, you is. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I had a little bit of a muscle cramp there for a minute. Okay. It's a little bit better. Yeah, we'll deal with it. And, oh, okay. So that's the problem there, huh? Give them your icon and they run with it. Mm-hmm. And yes, there's this cat.
Math Pig either needs to go to bed or get in here.
Yeah, one of the 3. God, how many Math Pigs are there, man? Well, there are at least 4, because as far as I can tell, all 4 of them subscribed to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think most of my sock puppet army got lost in the giant dryer.
Is that it? Okay.
Well, I used to tell Sarissa and Nacha that they only made it to 1,000 because I had 700 sock puppet accounts.
Oh, jeez. I wonder how many have that sort of
Oh,
thing
God.
going. Wait a minute. Where are we here? I'm trying to see where
Yeah.
his MI is.
I finally got some whiskey. The shill started too early for drinking and then subjected me to a stupidity beyond anything I could have imagined.
Oh, my.
Have you heard of this rationale? Validation boy?
No,
Have you heard of him?
I don't think so. Is this somebody I want to validate?
No, he's just a conspiracy nut. And
Oh, Lord. I mean, there's.
yeah, just I cannot believe that anyone could cram so much stupid into 3 minutes.
And I thought I had a hard time with SJ's minions.
Yeah, well, and the first one they ran through tonight is he is saying that, Asperger's is all fake and people are just, doing it as a get out of jail free card to relieve themselves of social situations. So it was a personal thing to me this time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, there's so much wrong with this. And then they went into another one that basically he used the exact same script about fibromyalgia with throwing in a good share of misogyny with it, saying that it was mostly women and they were just using it to get extra days off of work. And I was like,
Oh, Jesus.
that for some reason the sexism offends me even more.
Okay. Understandable.
And I think part of that's just because there's been so many times that I've had to prove to women that not all men are like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a double face palm from Omega Nuts.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Math Pig's got to go do another stream with Madsen.
Oh, my.
I know he's like your number one bro, Math Pig.
We'll see how this goes, because I may bring this down pretty soon here. And, okay, this says I started streaming about 3 hours ago. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we've got 10 in here. I'm amazed that there are still 10. I don't know how you guys put up with this stuff, but
yeah, some of them are being rather quiet because I just see the same 3-4 names coming up over and over. It's mostly, nerdy, Amiga Nuts, and Math Pig.
Yeah, we're down.
Oh, and Spooky.
And Spooky is spooky. Yes, definitely. We love Spooky. Yeah, we're down to 9. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Spooky's probably been haunting the side chats longer than I've been around. It just seems like he's always been there.
It's amazing how many of you folks I see wherever I go. It's almost like we have the same taste in YouTube,
Yeah, I noticed that, even before anybody knew who I was, that just in the side chats, there were always about the same half dozen people in every chat I went into.
Mm-hmm. Now, there are some people I haven't seen in a while, and I hope they're doing all right and everything else. BJ Price, for example, I haven't seen in a little while. A couple other people. Yeah.
I think I ran across Beach. It's been a few weeks, but
Okay.
I think he might have been in one of the Leah chats a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, it is Beach rather than BJ. That's right. Yeah. Absolute cutie. Oh well.
Yeah, well, and there are a couple of people that I've lost track of because YouTube used to have its own chat feature that they closed down.
Yeah.
And I had like 3 private chat groups in that I was part of. So when that
Oh.
disappeared, there's a couple of people that I haven't had any way to talk to, and I don't know where they went. And that's really the thing I hate about the internet is that when you just lose contact with someone like that, and it's like you don't really know what happened.
Yeah.
When a channel goes quiet without any explanation.
Well, that was the whole thing with Karis. I mean, when I understand that she needs her time and everything else, or needs, but yeah, when she dropped out and you don't know what's up, and you're hoping she's okay, and
well, and actually, one of them I worry about was Mr. Logic.
Okay.
Because he was living somewhere in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
And had come out of growing up Muslim to be an atheist. And he was putting out some nice content for a while, but I haven't seen anything from him in almost a year.
Yeah, makes you wonder.
And considering where he's living, it's like, yeah, if somebody found out he's an atheist over there, he could be in jail or could have been executed.
Yeah. And that's not the fun stuff. Definitely.
Yeah, if people found out he was speaking against Islam, so that it's worrisome, and there's nothing I can do. No one has any way to contact him.
Yeah, and American Christians call themselves persecuted.
Yeah. Well, first of all, if you're in the majority, it's pretty hard to be persecuted. But...
Yeah. But he's fortunate.
Spooky knows my feelings about Discord. I'm sorry, I can't even keep up with Twitter. If I add Discord to it, I don't see how I'd have the time to keep up with it.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't. The only reason I have Discord is because that's how we used to communicate for movie night in the old days.
Too, because most of the time it's not worth the time.
Mm-hmm.
So as it is, I generally stay out of the public areas unless somebody flags me in something. I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, it's I kind of wish Mom NATO would come over to Twitter because that's where everybody else is, and it's just easier to communicate. But what are you gonna do? So I pop the shit on the Discord and I turn it back off. Yeah, I started a server and I haven't done anything with it. And I don't know how the hell long. So.
Oh, MathPig, it didn't occur to me that you weren't in my Twitter group. Okay, let me go over and fix that.
Oh my.
Of course, my Twitter group keeps exploding while I'm in bed. It's like it'll be quiet for like 3-4 hours before I go to bed, and then I wake up and there's like 100 messages in it. And that group was only supposed to be for trading the links from my chats. It wasn't even supposed to be a general chat group, but people keep using it that way, and I can't stop them.
Yeah, now you've got 2 of those, and they use both of them that way simultaneously, may I add.
Okay, MathPig, I added you to the new group. Well,
let
I
me,
think I should probably just skip the midday one. The one that's titled Midnight. I think it's pretty much all the same people anyway.
Yeah,
So I should just check the other one to see if there's a few people who aren't in the new group and just cut it down to the one group.
Miff Biff. Oh my. Sorry about that, kids. Yeah,
Oh,
coming down to the end here, and we don't want that. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if this is the way I can do it. Hang on here, because one thing I do need to do. Okay, let's have the look at that and see how this is looking. Okay, that's looking all right. Because what I do need to do is find. Okay, there's Welcome to Metro, patient login. Yay! Okay.
I didn't have Spooky in there either.
Oh, it's later than I thought it was. Okay, that's good. My next appointment is tomorrow at 13:45 hours.
Okay, so at least it's the afternoon.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 11 something. Now, this isn't the really bad one. This only takes me about an hour to get to. The other one is the better part of 2 hours, one way. And it's not that it takes that long, it's just that I have to change buses and wait almost an hour. You know, when I get off the first bus, wait an hour to get on the second bus.
Yeah, that was a common thing when I was living in the Twin Cities, that the bus I was on would get downtown 6 minutes after the bus I needed to get onto. So I'd wind up waiting half an hour to an hour for the next one.
Yeah, that is the poo-poo. It is many much the poo-poo stuff, and the poo-poo stuff is not good. I don't know what I'm talking about. Really, I don't. Okay, so you've got.
And now I'm a bathtub.
You're in the bathtub?
No, I am a bathtub.
Oh.
Kitty is on me, cleaning himself.
Atopestarado. Okay. Kitty. Meow. Clean, clean, clean. Meow.
Humans are just mobile furniture.
Yes. Amiga nuts. It's contagious. What is contagious?
I was asking if he was on Twitter. I guess that's what he's. Well, no, that was before my Twitter comment.
Okay then.
So whatever you were talking about while I was taking my little break there, I missed part of what you said because I was out of the room.
I was just looking at my appointment schedule here, and we'll see how it goes. I don't know how this guy is.
Is this a new doctor you're seeing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the.
Is he the one taking the place of your favorite doctor then, or?
Well, okay, it's complicated. No, Freeman was already there. There were 2 MDs at this place.
Yeah.
Marty retired in June. David stayed. He's still going. Marty handed me to his protege, but unfortunately, the copayment to see her was literally 8 times the copayment to see Marty, because she's not an MD. Go figure. Now, Freeman is an MD, so hopefully things will get better, and hopefully it won't be too difficult to break him in.
Yeah, was the other one just, out of your care network or something, so they were charging more?
I don't exactly know why they were charging so much, and of course they won't tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, she's in the network because she works for this place that I'm going to, and that is
Okay, it's the same
in
clinic.
network. Same clinic, the whole bit.
That's weird.
But they told me it is because she is a nurse practitioner and not an MD. And it's like, okay,
You would think that would be less,
you would
not
think.
more.
Yeah.
You know, somebody who hadn't had quite as much school, you'd think they'd be paying less.
So I don't understand that one, and well, I don't think anyone ever will understand medical coverage, co-payments, or medical coverage, or anything like that, except from the standpoint. I guess one way to understand it is that the companies that do the healthcare thing, their thing is to maximize profits, at whatever the cost, even if the cost be the patient's life and health.
Yeah. Bob, the science guy, is an MD. He talks about that. You know, just the pressures that the insurance companies put on him to see more patients. And he wants to try to keep it to more personalized care and actually still do health calls, still do house calls.
Holy shit! I didn't know anybody did those.
Yeah. Check out Bob, the science guy, on YouTube.
Wow, I definitely has to look on that and to see.
Yeah, I could probably find a link for you here in a minute.
Oh, my word, excuse me, please. Well, at least you can't see my gaping maw here. It's one good thing about the camera's not working right. I'll get around to that somehow. I can hope that it's simply a case of her unplugging something.
I'm actually kind of surprised that you don't know about Bob, the science guy, because he's also a pilot, small planes.
Oh, Move Beef.
So yeah, definitely seems to be a channel that would be something you'd want to be.
Okay.
You know, and he just does a lot of general, debunking videos. So I'll drop the link to his channel in the YouTube chat here.
Have I seen him before?
I get mad at him
He
because
looks vaguely familiar.
well, I get mad at him because he keeps saying, greetings from Upper Michigan, but he lives in the Lower Peninsula.
I am subscribed. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And no, I don't.
I was kind of surprised because it seemed that so much of the stuff he talks about, seemed to be the kind of things you were interested in. That he actually did a couple of interviews with the guy who was one of the engineers during the Apollo missions.
Oh, wow. I wonder which one.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names.
I mean, I've probably talked to all of them anyways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was like less than a month ago. So if you go to his channel and look at his videos for the past month, you'll find it.
Move Beef. Because that's the... I'm on a Facebook group that includes much of the engineers.
Okay, MathPig said he can jump in for about half an hour here if you send him a link.
Well, I can bring MathPig in. I'm not... Well, we'll see how long we go. Where is... Petrasta? Wait a minute.
Excuse me.
What am I doing here? Okay, there we are. And we're going to do that. We're going to do that. And then we're going to go... Where are we going to go? We're going to go somewhere.
My whiskey's gotten watered down.
Oh, no.
Well, I had half of one from last night that I'd put in the fridge, but the ice melted, so... I should have put an extra shot of whiskey into this. Yes, here we go. We got Prairie Kitty now.
We're trying to handle two things at once here.
Yeah.
So. Oh, come on. There it goes. No, I don't know what I'm saying. Really, I don't. Wait a minute. I see Math Pig 2, but I don't see the other one, hon. Okay, maybe that is. I'll just send over there and we'll see what happens, because I don't know how many of you there are anymore here. Okay, there you go. And we're in for there, and just check your DMs and we'll be fine. Let's turn off that window here and live streaming. Then there's dead streaming, and there's coughing up blood streaming. What am I talking about?
Oh, I wasn't coughing that hard. That was a small one.
Okay.
Okay, just in case there's anyone who hasn't met him yet, there's Handsome Kitty.
It's the kiddiness. It's the kiddiness. Hi, kiddiness.
Yep, that's my Handsome Kitty.
That's a kitty.
That's his official handle online now. That's my Sammy-san.
Long story. I can't copy from Twitter.
Oh. You can't click on the Twitter link.
Okay, let me see if let's see if I've got you on Discord. I have to bring that up.
Yeah, I know I'm connected with MathPig on Discord if I can.
I don't know if I am or not, but if you're connected with him on Discord, then
yeah, I'll have to load it, and since I don't run it regularly, it's probably going to want to update. But I'll load it up and I'll try to copy the link from Twitter that you sent me.
I'm looking to see if I still got.
Copy link.
No, I don't see MathPig in the Discord list of peoples. So that's Ugg, and that's Foo, and that's stuff.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. But it seems that Twitter has forgotten all my information, so I've got to make sure I've got the right password here.
Okay, wait a minute. That's all right.
Okay, MathFig, I'm trying to send you a link through Discord. See if that worked.
Moo. Moo. Moo.
Okay. Okay, so I sent the link, so let's just see if I got that copied right. Oh. I don't know what Spooky's volunteering for, but I think I can just quote mine that and then get him to do anything I need.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, ding dong.
Spooky,
Avon
did you want to get in
calling.
here if we send you a link? Finally hear the voice of the spook. Yay, there's Math Pig. It worked.
Coresate Petrando, hello for you.
Yay, I did something right.
All I can say, I'm not sure. I'm not a big Google Meets fan. I usually use StreamYard, as you know. So, am I supposed to see myself, or am I supposed to just see you two?
You're kind of breaking up, Math Pig. I'm like only getting 2 out of 3 words.
Are you two the only two people here I'm supposed to see? Am I supposed to see myself? I'm not too sure on Google Meets. Am I in? Is this working?
Okay,
Well,
yep,
you are
now that
here,
sounds better.
You are here. I don't know. Is your camera's off?
I can't set up an icon.
Yeah, no, he usually doesn't have the camera. It's usually just the avatar.
Okay, so I'm just seeing your icon. That's okay.
Oh, nope. He is on camera there.
There's a reason for this.
I see a camera now.
Yeah, if you watch it for a couple of minutes, it autofocuses in and out like crazy just from the smallest of movements, and the light flickers. It's a very
Your audio's too quiet. I can't hear you here.
It flickers in and out very dramatically. The lights flicker. It autofocuses. It's really annoying. When I get a better camera, I will come on screen. Just at the minute, this one is useless.
Yeah, we're still having a bit of trouble with your sound. I can just barely hear you.
Right. It must be using. Is that better?
Yes, that was better.
Right. It should not be using that. It should be using this. So how do I change that in here?
Don't
yeah,
look
so
at me. I don't
connecting to
want.
the
I
wrong
don't
audio
run
source.
shit.
How do I change that in here?
Well, there
Yeah.
should be on the if you go to the bottom of the Meet screen, it should raise a white banner at the bottom, and in the very bottom right corner.
That should be loads better.
Oh, that's much better. Yes.
Yeah, that should be loads better. Found it. Thank you very much, Diana. You got that correct. That was brilliant.
There we go. Yep, you're good now.
Yeah, perfect. It should sound all right now. Everything should be coming through 100%.
Yep, you sound normal.
Brilliant.
I'm sorry. I swore I'd never use that to anyone I call a friend.
Pardon?
I swore I'd never use the word normal to anyone I call a friend.
No. Can you see my icon, or is it just completely blank? Can you see the Math Pig icon?
I can see your icon, and it's got the pulsing circle when you talk.
Perfect. Right. So then I've got the hang of this now. We're landed.
Yep,
Well,
you're good.
Thank you very much, Diana, for having me on.
Oh, yay. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, we got a little stuff going over here.
Yeah, I'm glad I got you added to my group. I didn't realize you weren't in there. Of course, it's a question of if I'm ever going to be broadcasting while you're up and around. Because the one I start at midnight then would be starting like just before daybreak where you are. Maybe tomorrow's.
Yeah, your streams either start just as I'm coming home from work to eat my dinner, or just as I'm going to work.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the one on Wednesday. I was trying to time it specifically for people in the UK as they were getting home from work.
See, as you've probably guessed, my sleep pattern is messy.
Poo-poo.
So, yeah,
I was not aware that you had one.
See, exactly. It's messy.
Well,
It's
it's like you're always on and you're always saying you've got to go to work in 2 or 3 hours, but you never get offline.
no. When I do go off, right, the way I work it is I stream Sunday nights, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and then jump on to other people's in between that. But I would sleep on a Monday. You'll never find me on a Monday. Monday usually from 8 p.m. my time right through to 8 a.m. the next time. I sleep for 12 hours straight. And then in between that, the rest of the time, I would sleep on general 3 hours a night. And I would go to bed early enough, maybe 12 o'clock on a Friday, and sleep through to 7 o'clock and get up and go to work. So, that it averages about 4.5 hours a night, which is plenty. It's just a little different of a sleep pattern, but 4.5 hours is loads, in my opinion.
Yeah, well,
someone
unfortunately, 3 to 4 hours a night is all I get, but I need to be laying in bed 8 or 9 hours to get that 3 or 4 hours sleep.
So I have an uncanny ability to just fall asleep whenever I need to or want to, or it's probably due to exhaustion, but
Yeah, what I wouldn't give for that. No, see, I can be to the point where I'm so physically exhausted, I can barely get myself to the bathroom, and I still can't fall asleep because my brain keeps running.
yeah, my brain never shuts down, so that's why it's hard to get to sleep. But then when you get to the point I have the girls, the girlfriend and the daughter would come up, and I would have them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then I would stream on a Sunday night. So usually on a Monday, after I've done a full day's work as well, my body just can't take anymore, so it just shuts down for 12 hours.
Now, see, mine doesn't reach that point until after I've been awake for about 75 to 80 hours.
Well, the longest I've ever done is 3 days with no sleep, and
Yeah.
I've never I was maybe 13, 14, and I'm now 36, and between then and now I've sort of found this pattern. I've been in the same job I have for 20 years as of November past, so my work hasn't changed. The work schedule hasn't changed, if you know what I mean. We've had the same time frame, and yeah, I've just got used to it, and that's just the way my system works now.
Yeah,
so.
for me, a couple times a year, I wind up going 3 days with only 3 or 4 hours sleep total. And at that point, I start hallucinating, and then about 5 to 10 hours after that, I'll finally pass out.
Yeah, well, that doesn't say no. Sleep I see as an annoyance, to be honest. It's something that is necessary to do, and I try to do it as minimalistic and as efficiently as possible. And I think
it does get in the way. And unfortunately, I think part of my problem with sleeping is that my father kind of programmed that into me as a child, that laying in bed was a waste of time. And I think that has something to do with my sleep disorder, but a lot of different factors can play into it.
Give me 1 wee second, would you? My wee dog's pushing his bowl around the living room here, staring at me. I just want to put some kibble in the bottom of the bowl for the dog.
Giving you a hint, huh? Spooky says it's the sanity clause. I don't think there's any sanity clause in my contract.
Pardon? What did you say, Purple?
Spooky says it's the sanity clause. I don't think there's any sanity clause in my contract.
Yeah, mine must. I mustn't have ticked that box in the small print.
Oops. Well, wait a minute. I'll take this.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking me to behave normally, and we all know that just ain't going to happen.
I don't think there's any. I think people can act normal to what they usually do, but I don't think anybody is actually normal, especially not in our local community here anyway. And that's a good thing.
Yep. Well, that's the only reason I feel accepted here.
We're all fucking weirdos. We all have our problems.
If anyone was expecting normal out of me, I couldn't stay here very long.
Well, I don't even like that term. Like what I consider normal is well, here's very egocentric and all the rest of it, but someone who's normal is someone who's like me, who just accepts people who are who they are. And I was talking to someone to do a tangent, and most people will laugh at me because that's what I do. But I was having a conversation with someone earlier, and they were making a reference point to these certain other people who we would consider trolls in the community, and pointed out that someone had made a racist slur against them, and I completely missed it because I didn't even see these certain people as black. I was like, "Oh right, that's what that joke was about." It just completely went over my head because I didn't. Somebody made that comment, and the moderators were, I'm a moderator and completely missed it. I'm like, I'm no good at moderating because I'm very laid back, and I missed it. And they're like, "Did you not see that?" And I was like, "No." And then they pointed out why it was a bad thing. And I was like, I fucking didn't even make the connection, because when I look at people, I don't see color. I don't see problems. I see personalities, and I see actions and how people present themselves and what they do. And I think that if you can do that, then that's a normal thing to do. That's the way people should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a good moderator either. Same thing. I miss a lot of the references.
Well, it was purely because I didn't see these people as colored skin. I just seen these people as assholes. These particular trolls are just general assholes. I never made the connection. I don't see them sort of things. As I said, it's down to personalities, how you present yourself, how you show yourself, and what you do. You are what you do. You are who you hang with. I think they are phrases that do have points.
I do sometimes wonder, how other people perceive me online. Like in one of the chats I get into on a fairly regular basis, once or twice a month, his wife continues to misgender me. And I don't know where she got that, but it doesn't really bother me, so I've never bothered to correct her.
Well, I have been bad at that on occasion with a certain person in my Discord who I do refer to and do get wrong, but they do understand that I'm not doing it deliberately.
Yeah.
It's just a picture in my head that I've always had from looking at pictures of them, and I know that it's the wrong thing, but they understand that. And that's what I get into the habit of doing, is just they and them. Just say they and them. If you start with they and them and someone says, "Excuse me, that's not my gender," and they tell you, then you haven't made an ass of yourself and you haven't insulted them. If you say he and she and they're not, then you've insulted them from the get-go. So I prefer to start with they or them.
Well, I'm actually just getting used to they and them, because even in the LGBT groups that I'd been in over the last 20 years, that wasn't the common one. That wasn't what most people were asking for, so it's still kind of new to me.
Well, if I ever do, I personally right now actually couldn't, again, because I've never asked, and it's never, we're going to ruin the interview that we've got for next Tuesday, Purple. We're letting it all out now. But, I'm not particularly sure on what you would prefer. Like, what would you prefer me to refer to you as?
Well, I've had that happen, with a couple of people that I've done interviews with, that they've asked me in Twitter beforehand, what are your preferred pronouns?
Well, I wasn't even going to bother. I was just going to call you Purple or they or them. That's general. And it's not that I'm thinking about that, but that's just how I know that I would have approached it, because, again, I don't see you as anything else but probably a floating dinosaur. But you are just, you're just Purple, as Diana's just Diana. And
well, and I'm definitely gender fluid, so for me it's more a matter of which day it is, so I never get offended by it.
Well, the only thing I ask is, don't ask me what is it, Z or Zim or anything like that. You ain't getting that out of
me. Now see, those are the ones I was used to using. Those are the ones I've been using since the 80s.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I thought they were new.
Yeah, the Zur and Zim, is the groups that I had hung out in. Those are the ones they preferred.
Well, I do apologize for making a derogatory statement about it, but I thought they were new and they were out of context. I think that they and them is enough.
No, yeah, well, and they and them works better. The
Until
der
someone
and them are
specifically
borrowed
said-
from German, so they never quite fit. And it's like I used them because people asked me to, but they never felt normal.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to sit here and tell you, what's the best way to gender yourself, like, but as just for me personally, as a go, if I would just say they or them or purple, and that's just or they and them and Diana or whoever Diana wants, or until someone tells me any different, that's my general stance, and I think that's the best way to go forward if you're unsure. And all of this is still quite new to me.
Well, for
Yeah.
me, for me, Your Highness works just fine.
Oh, Your Majesty.
There you go.
Well,
I just hope that people know when I fuck up and I make a mistake that there's no derogatory or no malice behind it.
Well, see, in my case, it's like when people come up behind me, they often start referring to me, as ma'am, until I turn around because I've got the full beard.
Right.
Although the funny thing is that there is a percentage of the people that after they've made that mistake, they can't correct themselves even after they see the beard.
Yeah.
Well, there are those. Yeah, I've dealt with a couple of those over the last couple of days, who start to refer to me as he, and they're looking right at the rack, and it's still he. And again and again and again, looking right at the rack, and it's like, my name's Diana. Okay, and Diana over there, he does this, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
Just as it stands, the camera angle is pointed right at your rack, and then you scratched yourself. So it's all directing attention right in your middle range right now.
There you go. There you go.
I was
Nope.
laughing at the side chat. Amiga Nuts was saying, how can somebody misgender a futuristic mech triceratops?
I have to say, Purple, right? That mistake that they're making, the fact that they went that way straight away, the person that I generally would make the mistake on, in my opinion, would be forward showing as, what I would know as a tomboy, but still a female. And they are generally gender fluid, and I keep making the mistake, pansexual. And I would make the mistake because when I've seen the pictures, that's how I would go. So I would generally go down the she route, and I do make that mistake. I'm getting better at it, but they know it's a mistake, and I don't do it deliberately. But I can see, maybe not with the beard though. The beard would definitely throw you off. But
Well, actually, my fiance was a lesbian. And, she said that she could have never imagined living with someone who had a penis, was how she put it. But just that that I did not display any of the attitudes or mannerisms that she normally associated with men.
yes, well, you see, that's the whole thing with, with gender and women and how they react and different things and how you represent yourself. It's so absolutely complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But she pointed out that I had a lot of very feminine mannerisms, and that even the way I carried myself and the way I walked in public, that she understood why people who didn't see my face would assume that I was female. And it's like a lot of men would be insulted by that, and it's like, yeah, I find it kind of amusing.
I don't find that anybody could sit down and say to me, this is what this is, and this is how this represents, and this pigeonhole represents this, that, and the other. It's just easier, as I say, as a default. I just take people as who they are, their personality, and when they feel comfortable to tell me, or it pops up in chat, or up until then, I'll play it safe. I'll be polite as I can, and yeah, I don't even think about it. It just doesn't even. I've said this on stream before in a couple of my streams and other streams. We bought our girl, not this Christmas, but last Christmas, a colored doll, because that's the one she picked in the shop whenever she was over in the shop. And my granny said to me, "Why did you buy that there?" And it was like, "Well, we just bought a doll. That's the one she liked." We didn't even see it. That the daughter didn't see it, and that's the way it should be. You just see the person for who they are.
And I think that's wonderful that, you're bringing your child up with those kind of attitudes.
Oh yeah, everybody's a blank slate. You cannot judge a book by its cover. You really can't.
Yeah.
I've made a joke with my woman. If the YouTube channel ever takes off and I end up being a millionaire, I'm going to walk in Belfast, and what we have is called Boucher Road. Well, obviously a road, but it's a big long street, and it's just car dealership after car dealership after car dealership. And I'm going to get the dirtiest pair of overalls I have, and I'm going to walk down through them cars. And the first shop that approaches me like a person, I'll buy a car. I don't care what it is. But that place is the sort of place where you walk in and they give you free coffee, and they overcharge for everything, and you must spend at least £60,000 to buy a car. And yeah, I'll walk up, and the first person that respects me in my overalls, I'll buy a car.
Yep, I've had thoughts of doing similar things.
Yeah, because it's the way it should be. You should see the person for the person, and not for what they. Well, not for what they represent and what they put forward, but no, everybody's just an open book. It's get to know the person, not what you see.
Yeah, well, don't judge the person before you have a chance to talk to them.
Yeah, I'm rambling now, but don't judge a book by its cover. That's basically what we're trying to say. And that's the way it should be. It's a wide statement, but yeah, that's what we're aiming for, and with the daughter, and yeah, that's the way it should be. I think it's stupid, because if you go into a conversation or you go into any sort of a meeting and you have an idea of the person before you even fucking talk to them, then you've already put them outside your tribe, in your tribe, made a decision about where they should be relevant to your tribe. If you go in wondering, could they be in your tribe, so to speak, it's a completely different.
Yeah, well, that's you've got to start out with the idea of just treating everyone as being human, rather than being worried about which pigeonhole you can stuff them into.
Yeah. I've said it before on the channel. If you put people in a pigeonhole, it makes them easier to shoot.
Well, and unfortunately, that's the objective for many people.
Yep. Which is why my stupid name of Math Magic Pagan was at the start. It was math being a representation of science, magic being shit I can't explain, and pagan being I ain't a Christian. Sort of using an old term for it. And that was my own personal pigeonhole to try and vector diagram everything into one. But it was too goddamn long, and then Doorknob Head named me Math Pig.
Well, yeah, I kind of liked it, but I wasn't clear on where the pagan part came in.
I wanted to use heathen, but at the time I was watching Godless Engineer and he was exploding, so he was stealing the whole heathen thing. That was his tag. So I didn't want to jump in on that. And then I used pagan as in not Christian. And at one stage I was sort of a deistic sort of person, so it tied into that, but it was far too long.
As opposed to mine.
Yeah. Well, as I've mentioned before, man, if you're still having problems with your channel, you should start another one and just change the O to 0, but still use Purple Rhymes with Orange spelt with an O in all your tags, and you'll still get everybody. If everybody transfers across, you'll still be as noticeable and as wide known as Purple Rhymes with Orange. You just change the O to a 0.
Well, none of the problems with my channel have gotten fixed, but I found ways to work around them. So,
well, that's the main thing.
Gonna keep going with this because I wanted it to be something that people would know how to spell. I didn't want to use any of those things like changing letters for numbers or whether or not it had a hyphen or a space or anything.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make. If you use your tag as Purple Rhymes with Orange, still spelt with a O, still spelt with the letter, then they will still find you, regardless of what the channel name is. If you use what you have now as a tag, they'll still find you. But anyway, if you've worked around it, that's a good thing. It's just me. I'm rambling. I'm very rambling.
No, but when YouTube changed the YouTube Studios, that got around one of the problems. And I found a way with Streamlabs or StreamYard, to work with that, so then I don't need the OBS, so that, circumvents the other problem I had. So StreamYards is good. I'll just stick with that.
Yeah.
You know, if my channel ever grows big enough, I'll actually get a paid subscription to it. But at this point, it's like, unless people, unless somebody wants to like sponsor it, I can't afford to be putting money out for this. I don't expect to make money, but I can't afford to be putting more money out unless somebody's going to send me some money.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The Patreon's really where the money,
Yeah. And until I start putting out more edited content, I don't expect anyone to be, sending me money for just running the chats.
No, well, it's still,
Yeah, well, I've got a small band of loyal followers.
I don't know if Diana noticed there, if Diana's in her Patreon. Has Diana been in her Patreon in a while?
I noticed. Thank you.
Yeah. You mentioned it the other night that you only had, so it's not much, but
I know, but hey, thank you. Seriously. Here's the thing. I am always afraid of making too much, because if I make too much, I lose a lot of the government programs, and I can't afford to lose them.
Yeah, well, the first thing you'd lose would be your health coverage.
But if you put your donations through your PayPal and have your PayPal take donations in, and then you automatically Patreon and help other people in the community and spread it about a wee bit, then it would be in and out straight away. Would it show up that way? And you can help other people. I'm for what Patreon comes in, I automatically have set up in my PayPal for what comes in to go straight out again. So until I make more than what I support other people, I don't get anything anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's, pretty much, I'm not getting anything at this point, but I've got about $30 a month that I spread around between different people, and I kind of, in different months, I'll shuffle it around to a few different people.
Yeah, 20 quid's my limit. 20 pounds sterling is the same thing. I do that and shuffle it around everybody and donate a wee bit where I can. The Digital Hammurabi, I was like their 5th Patreon, and they've now got the HAPS program. They did put two people through their summer dissertation and sent them away to foreign countries, and that helped them do that. £2,000 per student. So I'll never stop Patreon into that. But the rest that I spread around and give a wee bit of love to everybody. So yeah, for the next wee while, Diana gets some love.
Well, and that's I mostly try to keep it, to the really small channels.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do send a couple bucks a month to, Vice Rhino, because he was one of the first ones, and Cirrus, because I've been subbed to him since he was a tiny channel.
I like Cirrus. Cirrus is very, very good. I love
he provides a lot of good information, both on the atheism and, like just last week he did an interview with David Worley, and they got into talking about, the gender and sexual identity issues, and he's really good at explaining that stuff at a level that most people will understand.
Yeah, he's very, very good at conveying information at a level that the layman can understand.
I know how all that stuff works from personal experience, but I don't feel I explain it very well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was in a Discord earlier, and there was a person who knows a person who holds a stance in real life of like a philosophical stance, and they can see the benefits of it, but the person that they talk to in real life is useless at it. But the guy who runs the Discord is very, very good at conveying information. Nathan Ormond, who I had on earlier tonight, and holds the same stance as the person in real life. So he's here to talk to him, so he can understand and then steelman the person he knows in real life and understand his point of view.
Yeah, well, that's, I've been involved with various, LGBT groups since the 80s, and I've kind of seen it evolve in a lot of ways. Some good, some that I'd rather they got away from, but, groups of people, no one's going to be perfect.
We'll save that for my channel with the interview next week because yeah, I've no rules there and I can ask anything I want. Diana, make sure you're about for the after party. We can,
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, and that's one of the big things I run into is just that I realize that most of the people that I'm interacting with online are younger than my stepdaughter.
Well, I'm 36.
My stepdaughter is 37.
Damn it! Damn it!
Yeah.
In saying
know,
that, an awful lot of the people that I would interact with, and my mother has the view that I was born in the wrong decade. I was 83. She said I should have been born in the 70s because I have that mentality. But people like Spooky and Doorknob Head and people like yourself, I'm here because I was going to say I can think like you, but I do think like you. I do have a lot of the same stances as you. And
yeah.
I even said earlier on stream something very similar to get the fuck off my lawn and was very self-aware of the fact of how old I sounded when I said it. I can agree with you in some of them terms.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I should have been born either 10 years earlier or 20 years later. I've never identified with my own generation. Oh, hey, Maya. I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Maya. Yeah, no, I'd be the same, man. Even when I went to high school, I hung about with people 2 years in the year above me.
Yeah, well, I was born in 64, and if I had been a teenager in the late 60s, I would have made a perfect beatnik pacifist.
Spooky says he's 107. I have a screenshot of him saying that he was in the year above God in high school. So, yeah, he's older than time, our Spooky.
Well, I mean, if you look at my avatar, I'm actually 66 million years old, but...
I do hope maybe I'm not pressuring and you don't have to, but yeah, I've shown my face. I hope maybe off screen, Purple, I will get to see you at least, maybe in your mask or something, but no pressure and all that.
I'm working on that. Actually, I need to see if I've got a microphone that'll work inside the mask so you can hear me.
Yeah, basically get a headset and just break the mic off and stuff it up inside.
Well, that's what I've got the old headset from my fiance's old computer, and it's kind of broken up, but I think all the electronics are intact. So that's what I'm trying to do is trying to fit the pieces into the mask.
Yeah. No, that would be cool. Because I have a whole question about where the mask came from, and we'll not do it now, but yeah, that's one of the questions I have.
Yeah, there's a short story behind the mask itself because actually I made that more than well, now it's 40 years ago, but yeah.
Yeah, I know that
I made that long before the channel came to be.
Whenever you were I think you were standing right beside Diana when you went and did the protest at the Ark Encounter, and the camera went round, and I was genuinely expecting to see your face, and then I nearly fell off my chair. You were just standing there beside Diana wearing the mask. I nearly fell off.
Well, with meeting Aaron Ra, I had to take 2 pictures, one with the mask and one with it off.
Oh.
So, because also, have you heard Aaron Ra tell his Bigfoot story?
I don't think so.
Okay, if you haven't heard it, just in the YouTube, type in Aaron Ra Bigfoot, and you'll find it. He's got like a 2-minute video of telling it. Because, I'm not going to try to tell it because he does it so much better.
Oh, yeah,
cool.
Absolutely.
But
I believe I had him tell the story when he came on my channel.
Well, and my sister had given me, for Christmas, had given me a bumper sticker that says, Bigfoot saw me, but no one believed him. So I got Aaron Ra to sign that. And I'm going to frame that with the picture of me and him. That's my greatest souvenir from that trip.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra was one of the reasons I got into the community following him.
A big sweetie.
And Diana and I got to hang out with him at a house party afterward, and he was just so cool.
I'd have a drinking competition with him. Irish versus his high-end beer, definitely.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that I mean the way things worked out. I really won't be going to the Faithless Forum this year. I'm kind of disappointed because I was hoping to see Aaron again, but hey, this is the way it works, and maybe 2021. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
So
I was hoping to make Faithless Forum too, but I'm not going to be able to do it this year.
We've got the wee UK Dave Con, David Worley setting one up.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard David Worley talking about setting something up in London.
Oh, if
That
we
Yeah.
can get to
in
Texas,
April.
I'm certainly not going to be able to get to London.
Yeah,
I know, but this is for the UK viewers like Spooky. I think that's the only UK viewer that's also in the chat. But yeah, Spooky, if definitely it's something, then
yeah. It
couple
sounds like David Worley's trying to arrange kind of a Faithless Forum UK.
exactly. Yeah. So it'd be good. And even all of that aside, it would just be nice to actually meet
Yep.
everybody in real life. And
Well, you know, and I was even encouraging them. I was hoping to get somebody to do something like that in the US of doing a Faithless Forum North, you know, for the people who couldn't get down to Texas. But, you know, I know I'm not the person to organize an event like that. I don't have those kind of skills.
well, as I said to the Daily Atheist, Chris Mallard, if you don't know of him, you should go and have a look. Spooky, do your wee thing with your link. And yeah, me and him were having a conversation earlier. And the only way for us to actually achieve any sort of change in the real world is for us to have a voice, to have a vote, to have a power. And we need to get more aware of each other. We need to get more around. And yeah, we need to spread the word. We need to get everyone there so we can actually make these changes. Like,
Oh yeah, you know, and the more people feel they have a sense of community, you know, the more it empowers them to do more.
yeah. We need to become a demographic rather than a community in YouTube. And the more
Yeah.
the more groups that we interact with, if you've 3 groups of 30 and we all become friends, we've now got nearly 100 people in a group.
Yeah, and I am a bit dismayed that there seems to be a certain splintering that of the atheist community that generally it seems to keep winding up that on transgendered issues there's a split.
If you
You know,
want,
and I don't really know why that is, but that seems to keep being where the rift appears.
I said, are you tired, Diane? Are you?
Coming down to the end of the day, definitely.
If you want, I
Okay,
don't
well,
want
you
us to feel like you're keeping us awake, or we are keeping you awake. Or
Well, I'm gonna have to be night pretty soon. I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow that I've got to make, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. But,
yeah, well, I know people can try and be nice online, and yeah, if you're tired, I have no problem with you saying get the fuck out. It's totally fine, and I find being honest is the best policy. So,
Yeah.
at any stage you want us to just end, we can pop over to Purple's channel, or we could pop to mine, or if anyone wants to host, we can go somewhere else if we want to continue the chat. There's always Discord if Purple wants to learn. But yeah, if you're tired at all, Diana, just tell us to get the fuck out. We'll leave. Don't worry.
No, Mathfig, Purple
Yes.
does not want to learn, but I feel that I'm going to be forced to at some point. I've had to learn too much new software in the last year. I've pretty much had all I can take of it. You know, learning to edit videos and everything, and I even wound up having to change the video editing software I was using because the QuickShot would not cooperate with me.
DaVinci 16 is the way to go on a Windows computer, and KineMaster on your mobile. Between the two of them, you'll be able to do everything as quick as lightning. It's very simple once you get the hang of it. But let's not do that tech talk. I keep doing techie talks because I don't know. I've been through it, and I want everybody to be at that level where they can do any goddamn thing they want. If they want to put Purple Pigs on screen, they can put Purple Pigs on screen. They want this, that, and the other. Like, you can do this. See what you're doing with the camera. I can't do that at the minute. I'm learning to do that. So you know something that I don't know. You know, so we should all just spread our skills, get everybody up to a nice level, because TV is not what people are watching now. People are moving online, and we need to up our production to be at the same level where television is at, because that's what people expect. And if we want to spread our word and show that we are a general great group of people that's worth listening to and worth spreading our views and actually becoming a demographic, we need to become bigger. And
I'm nervous about you saying purple pigs because I already had someone do some fan art of what would happen if Pirate Kitty and I had a child.
and it came out something looking like a purple pig.
Well, it's pretty much my avatar with her eyes.
Well, Diana, I'm feeling bad now because I know that you're tired. So I think if you want to end this, we can go to Purple's channel or go to mine. I don't want to keep you awake if you're tired, my dear.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea, to be honest. And
Well, I thought, Math Pig, that you had somewhere else you had to go soon.
Pardon?
I thought you had something with Madsen to go
Oh,
to.
no. He went and kicked me to the curb because he got Jeff Pasick to have a conversation, and he texted me. He's like, I really hope you don't feel offended. And I said, no, it's fine. I know that you've been waiting to
Oh,
talk to
okay.
me.
So you
It's grand.
don't have anything else lined up tonight?
No. I have nothing for tonight except sleeping, maybe about 60 minutes, maybe a wee bit less than that if I decide to make food. But no, I'm good, man. I had a great conversation earlier, and yeah, I'm just running on a general chit-chatty sort of mood. So if you want to host or I want to host, or yeah, you can end this, Diana, and we can talk about this over the next 2 minutes, and we'll decide where to go. If you want to go to bed, it's totally fine.
okay, sounds like fun, really. But thank you. And I will say, over everybody, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here, and all very especially. Thanks a lot, Trub. See you on the other side.
Okay, later.